There's something about this hour, isn't there? The way the world quiets down, the way your mind begins to drift just a little before sleep truly takes hold. If you're here with us, you've found the right place. I'm Mr. Dantello, and tonight we're exploring abandoned places and lost locations. Those forgotten corners of the world that sit frozen in time, waiting to be discovered or remembered. These are spaces where something lingers, where the past refuses to quite let go. We have 4 stories for you tonight. First, we'll visit the derelict train station where tomorrow's schedule still posts on walls. A place where time seems stuck between arrivals and departures. Then we'll descend into the flooded basement of the old hospital where footprints walk upstream. A mystery that defies what we know about water and weight. After that, we'll return to the forgotten subdivision where one house holds all my childhood memories. A journey back to a place that shouldn't feel so wrong. And finally, we'll step into the collapsed factory where my employee badge still swipes the time clock. A small, unsettling impossibility in a place that's been empty for years. If you've been here before, thank you for returning. And if this is new to you, I hope you'll stick around. There's a subscribe button somewhere nearby if you'd like to join us again another night. Get comfortable wherever you are. Adjust your pillow. Dim the lights a little lower if you'd like. We're settling in now. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The derelict train station where tomorrow's schedules still post on walls. The rust tastes like old copper on my tongue when I press my teeth against the metal railing. I shouldn't have done that. It's a stupid habit, one of those small discoveries you make when you're alone in places that stopped mattering decades ago. Touch the old things. Let them speak through texture. The railing is cold and rough under my palm now, oxidized smooth in places where countless hands once gripped it, probably rushing to catch trains that aren't coming anymore. The station sits maybe a half-mile from the nearest road, accessible only by a maintenance drive that's now more earth than gravel. I parked my car where the asphalt ends. Liked it more out of habit than any real sense that something could be stolen here. The whole structure, pale brick darkened by age, wooden eaves listing slightly, windows thick with grime, sits in that suspended moment between decay and collapse. The kind of place that feels it's been holding its breath for a very long time. It's late September. The light is that specific shade of late dusk where colors start to drain, everything turning toward gray. I'd driven out here on impulse after finding a reference to the station in an old tourism board archive from the 1970s. The kind of thing most people wouldn't find interesting. Most people wouldn't drive 2 hours on a country road that progressively narrows, wouldn't pull up to a place with no gates and no posted warnings and think, yes, I want to see what this is. But I have always been drawn to the places that were supposed to matter. Places where infrastructure was built with intention, with schedules and systems, and the assumption that people would keep coming. And then, for reasons that vary, a new highway route, a merger. Economics that shifted away, those places simply stopped. The trains didn't come. The people didn't gather on the platforms. The town that depended on the station either adapted or withered. And the building itself entered a kind of liminal space, no longer serving its purpose, but not yet fully reclaimed by the earth. I've visited maybe 24 of these places in the past 3 years. Abandoned hospitals, shut-down factories, derelict hotels left mid-renovation. I don't take photographs. I'm not collecting documentation or looking to sell images online or build some social media presence around urban decay. I just want to stand in these spaces and try to feel what lingers there. Whether that's memory or atmosphere or just the weight of disuse, I've never been entirely sure. This station was built in 1911, according to the archive. Passenger service ended in 1983. That's 41 years. 4 decades of weather, settling, the slow work of moss and water damage, and the unconcerned growth of the surrounding forest. The main entrance faces the old parking area. The glass doors are filmed opaque, but one stands slightly ajar, warped enough that it won't close properly. I push it open and step into the ticket hall. The smell hits first, mineral dust, something faintly organic that might be animal nests, and underneath it, a kind of metallic staleness, like the air itself has been sealed in here and is just barely breathing. My eyes water slightly as they adjust to the dimness. The light from outside comes through the grimy windows in slanted amber bars, catching particles of dust that seem to hang suspended as if the very air has solidified. The hall is vast, high ceiling with wooden beams that sag slightly in their spans. A ticket counter runs along the left wall, its window grates lowered and locked, a small booth behind it where a clerk once sat. The floor is terrazzo, cracked in an intricate spiderweb pattern, littered with debris, fallen plaster, dried leaves blown in through gaps in the doors, bird droppings, a few loose change coins that have turned green with age. Above the counter, a large departures board is mounted on the wall, the kind with flip cards, each one showing a destination and a time. The cards have lost some of their flexibility, and dust has settled in the gaps between them. Some cards have gone blank or discolored to illegibility. The board hasn't been updated in decades, obviously. The listed times are all in the morning and early afternoon, clustering around schedules that would have made sense in an era when the station actually functioned. I walk deeper into the hall. My footsteps sound very loud. The floor echoes in a way that suggests the space wants to swallow sound but can't quite manage it. There are benches along the far side of the room, the kind with wrought iron frames and wooden slats. Most are intact, though the wood is warped and discolored. A few have collapsed entirely, splinters fanned across the floor. The rest of the space is surprisingly empty. There's a newspaper rack, ancient, wooden, the kind meant to hold stacks of daily editions. It's empty, of course. A trash bin, long since cleaned out. What remains is mostly architectural, the bones of the building itself. The walls are painted a shade that might once have been cream or pale yellow, but is faded to something almost gray. Stains spread across them in abstract patterns, water damage mostly, I think, though some of the darker marks I can't immediately place. I pause in the center of the room and listen. The silence here has weight. It's not peaceful, exactly. There's no sense of rest to it. It feels more like the silence of a room where a conversation was interrupted abruptly and never resumed. The bird nests are visible in the rafters overhead. Sparrows or something similar. I can hear the soft chirp and rustle occasionally, see dark shapes moving in the shadowed corners of the ceiling. They've colonized the building, made it their own. There's a kind of logic to that, I think. Once a human place is abandoned, it doesn't stay empty. It becomes something else. I moved toward the far end of the hall where the platforms would open up. There's a doorway there, broader and higher than the entrance, meant for the main flow of passenger traffic. The door itself is missing, probably removed long ago or simply rotted away. Beyond it, I can see the outline of the platform, the tracks beyond that, all of it now overgrown with grass and low brush. Before I step through, I notice something on the wall beside the doorway. Chalk marks. Fresh chalk marks updating the schedule board that I passed on the wall above the counter. My hand stops mid-motion. I turn back to look at the board. The chalk marks are white, bright white. Recent someone has written times and destinations on the wall beside the board itself, not on the board itself, but on the actual painted wall. The handwriting is irregular and angular, the letters pushed hard enough that the chalk has left a dusting on the wall surface around each stroke. 547 am North Line 622, am Express to Millbrook, 7:15 am local service resuming. The marks are dated. Today's date, written in a smaller hand at the top. A small margin drawing, rough, almost abstract, beside one of the times. Could be intentional, or could be the chalk catching on the wall texture. I reach up and touch the chalk marks. They're not completely fresh, not so wet that the chalk is still damp, but they're not old either. The dust comes off slightly on my finger when I brush it. Days old, maybe, a week at most. My pulse has shifted. Not dramatically, but I notice it. That slight elevation that comes when you encounter something genuinely unexpected. Someone has been here. Recently, someone is maintaining this board, updating it with schedules for trains that haven't run in 4 decades. I pull my phone out of my jacket pocket and turn on the flashlight, angling it at the board and the chalk marks. The light shows more detail than I could see in the dusk. The marks are definitely intentional. Whoever wrote them knew what they were doing. The destinations are real stations on what was clearly this line's old network. Millbrook is a real town, still exists about 30 miles north. The times are written in 24-hour format. I photograph the wall, the chalk marks, the departures board above. My hands are steady, but my breathing has changed. There's something about evidence of recent human activity in an abandoned place that bypasses logic. It shouldn't matter. It doesn't mean anything necessarily. Someone could be exploring like I am, could have left these marks as a kind of joke or art project, or just experimentation. But the care in the marking, the specificity of the times and destinations, the way the schedule is organized, it doesn't feel like graffiti or vandalism. It feels like maintenance. I move back out onto the platform. The light is fading faster now. Dusk has shifted toward something deeper. The sky still holding blue and amber at the edges, but the ground itself taking on the color of shadow. The platform is substantial, long with a canopy roof extending partially over it, the metal framework rusted and sagging in places. The track beds are still there, two parallel lines of rusted rail mostly obscured by grass and low vegetation. Beyond the tracks, the forest begins, dense, a wall of trees that looks impenetrable. The platform surface is rough concrete, heaved and cracked by decades of frost cycles and root growth. Weeds push through gaps. I walk the length of it slowly, moving my phone light across the surface, looking for more recent markings or disturbance. Toward the far end, I find footprints in the accumulated dust on the platform edge. Human prints, small, size 9 shoes, maybe size 8. Fresh enough that the dust hasn't refilled them completely, but old enough that they've started to blur. There are several sets, walking in the same direction, toward the south end of the platform where the tracks disappear into the overgrown landscape. I follow the footprints mentally, not stepping on them. Some part of me still cautious about disturbing evidence of something I don't understand. And reach the end of the platform. Here, someone has cleared a section of the grass. Small area, maybe 3 feet square, deliberately cleaned back to expose the concrete beneath. And in that cleared space, marked with more chalk, is a time and date. 9:15 p.m., October 3, tomorrow's date. The chalk is fresh here. Very fresh. The lines are still sharp, not yet dusted over by wind or time. This was marked within the last hours, maybe within the last few hours. I stand there for a long moment, my flashlight beam showing the white chalk against the gray concrete, the numbers precise and clear. The air seems to have gotten colder. I'm alone on this platform, alone in this station that hasn't processed a human passenger in over 40 years, and someone is maintaining a schedule. Someone is still operating this place. The thought surfaces quietly, almost as a fact. I need to understand what's happening here. Not in any clinical sense, but in the way that the sight of the chalk marks has created a question in my chest that can't be ignored. I turn back toward the main building, planning to look for more evidence of occupation. Office spaces, staff areas, anywhere that might hold a clue about who or what is maintaining these impossible schedules. That's when I hear the sound. It's distant at first, so distant that I'm not immediately certain it's real. But it comes again, clearer this time, unmistakable once recognized. The sound of a train whistle, long and mournful, the kind of sound designed to carry for miles. Except there are no tracks near here. The active line runs 15 miles to the east. This place is isolated, surrounded by forest, with no functional rail connection to anywhere. The whistle sounds again. Closer, the whistle fades into a silence so complete it feels like the forest itself is holding its breath. I stand motionless on the platform, my flashlight beam wavering slightly in my hand. The rational part of my mind cycles through possibilities. An active line somewhere I wasn't aware of. A preserved tourist railway in operation, sound carrying strangely through the valley. But the chalk marks on tomorrow's date sit like a weight in my chest, and I know those explanations don't hold. I move back toward the station building, my footsteps hollow on the platform's wooden planks. The structure looms ahead, its windows like empty sockets, and I find myself choosing paths between the worst of the decay. The main entrance is just as I left it, but now I'm looking for something different. Not aesthetics or history, but proof of recent activity. The ticket office is the first room I examine. The counter still stands, its wood bleached and warped. But behind it, I notice something that makes me pause. A ledger. It's positioned on a shelf, half hidden in shadow, but the leather spine is remarkably well preserved. Too well preserved. I pull it down carefully. The pages are thick, yellowed at the edges, but not brittle. And they're filled with handwriting, line after line of entries in a precise, careful script. Dates, times, names, except the names are all the same, repeating in patterns that don't make sense. Alex, Sam, Jordan, Casey, Morgan, over and over, columned out as if logging arrivals and departures. I flip to the most recent pages. The entries stopped 2 days ago, but beneath that last entry, someone has written in fresh ink, waiting for 9:15. My hands are steady as I close the ledger, but I'm aware of every breath I'm taking. The air in the ticket office is stale, undisturbed in a way that feels deliberate. No dust motes float in my flashlight beam. The floor is actually clean, swept, even someone hasn't just passed through here recently. Someone has been maintaining this place with intention. I move deeper into the station building. A hallway stretches toward the back, lined with doors that once led to offices and staff areas. Most are swollen shut or locked, but one stands slightly ajar. I push it open. It's an office of some kind, a desk, a chair, filing cabinets. And on the desk, incredibly, there's a calendar, a current calendar, this month. The dates are marked in red pen. Specific days circled with annotations written beside them. Most of the annotations are illegible from where I stand, but I can make out fragments. 9:15 p.m., same time, always comes back. The calendar page is still flipped to October. But more than that, someone has been using this calendar recently. The pen lies uncapped beside it, the ink still wet enough to show a slight gloss. I back out of the office without touching anything else. The sense of intrusion has become acute, as if I'm walking through someone's home while they're momentarily away. The building around me seems to amplify this feeling. The walls settle and creak, and I realize with a jolt that the building is still alive in small ways, wood shifting, metal expanding and contracting with temperature changes. The whistle sounds again. This time it's definitely closer. I move to the nearest window and peer out into the darkness. The forest beyond the station is a wall of black, featureless, except for the occasional gleam of reflected moonlight off wet bark. I can't see any train, can't see any tracks, but I can hear the whistle more clearly now, and beneath it, another sound. The distant rumble that might be an engine or might be the earth itself. I check my phone. It's 8:47 p.m., 28 minutes until the posted time. The thought shouldn't arrive with such clarity, but it does. Whoever made these marks knew I would find them. The chalk wasn't left by accident. The fresh entries in the ledger, the uncapped pen, the calendar marked for today, this is all a message. An announcement of something scheduled to occur at 9:15 p.m. I move back through the station building toward the platform, drawn by a compulsion I don't fully understand. The darkness outside seems less oppressive than the spaces within. At least outside I can see the borders of things. I step back onto the platform just as the forest seems to shift around me. Wind picks up, or something like wind, moving through the trees with a deliberate quality that makes the hair on my neck stand up. The sound is closer now, not just a whistle and an engine. Now I can hear the rhythmic clatter of wheels on something. Metal on metal. The sound of a train in motion, exactly as if it's traveling along tracks that haven't existed for decades. I step to the platform's edge and look down the rails. My flashlight beam slides along the rusted tracks, and I see something that stops my breathing. There are footprints in the dust between the rails. Fresh footprints. Multiple sets, all heading in the same direction, down the tracks toward the south end of the platform where the rails disappear into the overgrown landscape. The footprints are deep and precise, as if made by someone with significant weight, walking with deliberate steps. And they're all heading away. None are returning. The sound grows louder. The whistle is no longer distant, it's present, immediate, as if the train is pulling into the station right now. But when I look down the tracks, the darkness remains unbroken. There is nothing to see. No headlight, no shape against the night sky. Just the escalating sound of something that shouldn't be here, moving exactly where empty air and overgrown forest occupy the space. I look at my phone again. 9:13 p.m. The sound of the train is deafening now, a presence I can feel in my chest, vibrating through the platform beneath my feet. The wind from the forest picks up to almost a gale, and I smell something I hadn't noticed before, metal and smoke, and underneath it, something else. Something that smells like arrival, like doors opening, like a schedule being kept. The platform trembles. In the station building behind me, something falls. A shelf, perhaps, or a piece of the deteriorating structure. The sound is swallowed immediately by the roar of the train that I still cannot see. The chalk marks on tomorrow's date feel very significant now, a promise or a warning written in a hand I don't recognize, by someone who knew I would be standing on this platform at precisely this moment. The time on my phone reads 9:15 p.m. Everything stops. The sound cuts off as if a switch has been thrown. The wind dies. The forest becomes still in a way that feels unnatural, a cessation of movement so complete that the silence itself becomes audible, a ringing, expectant absence of sound. I wait, my flashlight beam pointing at the empty tracks. Nothing happens. No train emerges. No doors open. The platform remains unchanged. The forest remains dark. The station behind me remains abandoned. But something has shifted. Something has occurred at the scheduled time, even though I cannot see what it was. The air tastes different, charged with something. The empty space around me feels occupied. And when I check my phone one more time, I notice something that makes my blood cold. The calendar notification I dismissed an hour ago is no longer dismissed. It's expanded on my screen, a reminder for tomorrow, 9:15 p.m., with a location, this station. But the reminder wasn't created by me. There's a name attached to it. My name. My phone hasn't been out of my pocket since I arrived. No one has touched it. But there on my calendar, in the standard app interface, is tomorrow's schedule. My schedule. Posted to this abandoned station by a hand I didn't see, marking a time I was meant to be here. Except tomorrow isn't today. Tomorrow hasn't happened yet. I look back down the tracks toward the south end of the platform where the footprints lead into darkness. The footprints that were heading away. All of them heading away. None of them coming back. I need to leave this place. The thought forms clearly. Insistently, I need to leave and I need to not come back. But as I turn toward the forest path that led me here, I see something that stops me again. In the distance, moving between the trees, there are lights. Flashlights, it seems. Multiple beams moving in a coordinated pattern, all heading toward the station. All heading toward me. I don't move. I stand on the platform and watch the lights draw closer through the trees. Their beams sweeping across trunks and undergrowth in a way that feels methodical, practiced. There are at least 4 of them, maybe 5. They move with purpose, not the hesitant searching of people who are lost. The footprints. I think of the footprints again, all of them leading south away from the station. All of them heading in the direction these lights are coming from. All of them, now that I think about it clearly for the first time, heading in the same direction as if they were all following a single path, a single purpose. I turn back to look at the station building. The windows are black, empty. The ticket counter is visible through the glass doors, a desk with papers scattered across it, a chair overturned decades ago. Behind the counter, on the wall, I can see the board, the schedule board. Even in the darkness, its shape is unmistakable. The kind of board that might have chalked names on it, chalked times, chalked promises. The lights are closer now, maybe a quarter mile away. I can hear voices beneath the sound of rustling branches, low voices, speaking in tones that sound like they're reading something aloud. Not urgent, not alarmed. Rhythmic, I check my phone again. The time reads 9:22 p.m. The notification for tomorrow is still expanded, still bearing my name. But when I swipe to the next day, I see the same thing. 9:15 p.m., my name again. And the day after that. And the day after that. The reminders cascade backward and forward from today like a schedule being kept, like a ledger of arrivals and departures. My hands are shaking. I need to run. The thought is clear and immediate. Run back through the forest the way I came, follow the overgrown path, get away from this place before those lights reach the platform. But even as the thought forms, I realize something else. The forest path I followed here, I can't remember it clearly. It was dark when I arrived. I followed the train tracks, drawn by the sound, by the inevitability of it. The forest path is a maze of overgrowth and shadow. If I run, I might not find my way out. The lights are close enough now that I can see the people holding them. Dark shapes. Figures, they move between the trees with the careful precision of people who have done this many times before. I count them as they emerge from the densest part of the forest onto the clearing that surrounds the station. 5 of them. They're all carrying the same thing, not flashlights. Clipboards, the beams I saw, were coming from headlamps mounted on their foreheads. And they're using them to read from the papers attached to their boards as they walk. They move without looking up, their eyes fixed on their clipboards, their paths converging on the platform with mathematical certainty. I recognize one of them. Not the face. I can't see their face clearly, but something about the shape of them, the way they move. It's the person who was standing in the trees when I first arrived at the station. The one I saw and dismissed, rationalized away, convinced myself was a trick of light and isolation. They're all wearing the same thing. Drab colorless clothing that might have been professional once. Station uniforms, perhaps, or something older than that. Something that belongs to when this place was still in use, still keeping schedules. My mouth is very dry. The first of them reaches the bottom of the platform steps. They don't climb the steps. They simply stand there, their headlamp pointing downward at their clipboard, their lips moving as if reading something aloud. A schedule, a list, a name. Another one of them steps forward, then another. They surround the platform, 5 figures in a circle, all of them facing inward, all of them with their heads bowed to their clipboards, all of them speaking in voices too quiet for me to understand, but with a cadence that sounds like reading, like recitation, like ritual. No, not ritual. Scheduling, there's a difference. Ritual has intention. This has the quality of process, of bureaucracy, of something that has been happening for so long that it has worn grooves into the world, pathways that things still follow, even though the reason for following them has been forgotten. One of them looks up. I don't see the face. The headlamp blinds me before I can register features, before I can see anything except the blinding white circle of light, and, beyond it, a shape that might be human or might be something else, something that learned to approximate human shape a very long time ago and has been maintaining that shape through repetition and routine. When it speaks, the voice is dry and bureaucratic. It reads a name from the clipboard, but the name it reads isn't a name I recognize. It's not Alex or Sam or Jordan or any of the names I've told myself my life contains. It's something longer, something older, something that sounds like a schedule code, a reference number, a designation. It's the sound of being recognized by something that has been keeping track all along. The other 4 figures look up in unison. 5 headlamps, 5 beams of light, all pointing at me now, and I understand with perfect clarity that they have been expecting me. Not hoping, not searching. Expecting the way a station expects a train to arrive, the way a schedule expects to be kept. The chalk marks on tomorrow's date weren't a warning. They were a confirmation. Someone was already marked for this time, this place, someone whose name was already on the board, someone whose schedule had already been posted. I run. I don't run toward the forest path because I don't remember how. I run toward the station building itself, toward the interior darkness, because it occurs to me with desperate clarity that there might be another way out, another exit, a window or a back door or any way that doesn't involve passing through the circle of figures that now surround the platform. The door to the station is heavier than it should be. It swings open with a sound like a sigh, and the air that comes out smells like metal and smoke and something else underneath, something like ozone, like the air after a lightning strike, like arrival, like doors opening. Inside it's darker than outside, so dark that my flashlight seems almost useless, its beam absorbed by the accumulated years of neglect. I can make out shapes, the ticket counter, a bench, papers everywhere, schedules, I realize, actual paper schedules. Lists of trains that ran decades ago, their times carefully recorded, their destinations catalogued, and names. The papers are covered in names. Thousands of names, layered atop one another, written in different hands, different inks, some faded to ghosts of letters, some fresh enough that the ink hasn't fully dried. I move deeper into the building, following my flashlight beam, and the names become more recent, more legible. Some of them are dated, dates from recent years, months, weeks, and somewhere in the darkness behind me, I hear the sound of footsteps on the platform. 5 sets of footsteps, moving in synchronized rhythm, climbing the steps that lead into the station building. The headlamps cast long shadows through the broken windows, shadows that move across the walls like something that's been here before, something that's been haunting through these rooms for a very long time. I see a door at the far end of the ticket hall, a door marked with a symbol that might be an exit sign, though the paint is so old that I can barely make it out. I run toward it, my flashlight bobbing wildly, and I reach for the handle. The door opens onto darkness, not forest, not outdoors, something else, something that smells like metal and distance, and the kind of deep silence that exists only in places that have stopped being used. And in that darkness, far away but getting closer, I hear the sound of a train approaching. Not the phantom sound of earlier, something real, something solid, something with weight and momentum and a schedule that's been kept for longer than I can calculate. The footsteps are inside the building now. I can hear them moving through the ticket hall, papers scattering as they pass, the sound of clipboards being consulted. They're reading names. They're reading the names of everyone who was ever supposed to arrive at this station, everyone whose schedule was ever posted, everyone whose time came due. And one of those names is mine. I step into the darkness beyond the door, and it closes behind me with a sound like a train door sealing shut. I don't remember leaving the station. That's the first thing I tell myself when I wake up, and I keep telling it to myself over and over like a prayer that might lodge in the right place and make everything else rearrange into sense. I don't remember leaving. The last thing I remember is the sound of the door closing, that sealing hiss like air pressure equalizing, and then nothing. A gap, an absence, the kind of missing time that people talk about in whispers as though saying it quietly might make it less real. I'm in my apartment. Morning light. The clock reads 6:47 a.m., and for a moment I think it must be the same morning, that I've somehow looped back to the beginning of the day I went to the station. But my phone tells me different. My phone, which I'm absolutely certain I dropped on the platform, my phone is on my nightstand, fully charged, and the date is 3 days later. 3 days. I spend the first hour sitting on my bed, not moving, waiting for the panic to set in properly. It comes in waves. Anger, confusion, a kind of sick vertigo that makes me grip the mattress. But underneath it all, there's something else, a kind of hollowness, a sense of something missing, the way you feel when you lose a tooth and can't stop probing the gap with your tongue. I call work. I tell them I've been sick. The lie comes out smooth and practiced, which surprises me. I don't remember being good at lying. The manager accepts it without question, mentions that they're glad I'm back, asks about that report I was supposed to finish before I left. What report? I don't remember any report, but I find it on my computer, completed, dated 2 days ago in a handwriting that looks like mine but which I have no memory of writing. I don't go anywhere for a week. I order food. I watch television without processing what I'm watching. I sleep badly, and when I do sleep, I dream of platforms and names and the sound of footsteps moving through empty rooms in synchronized patterns. I wake up gasping, my sheets soaked, my heart running in a rhythm that doesn't match my body. On the 8th day, I open my laptop to check my email and find a document I don't remember creating. It's titled Schedules, and it contains a single sentence repeated over and over, filling pages. I was supposed to arrive on track 3. I delete it immediately. I empty the trash. I run a full antivirus scan, and when nothing turns up, I tell myself it's a glitch. A dream I typed out without remembering. A moment of lost time that didn't mean anything. But I don't believe any of it. My apartment begins to feel strange. Not in any way I can articulate to someone else. It's not that things have moved or disappeared. It's the opposite. It's that nothing has moved. Nothing has changed. The coffee cup sits on my kitchen counter in the exact same place. The coffee inside now a thick, tar-like residue. The book I was reading sits open to the same page, my bookmark where I left it. It's as though my apartment is holding its breath, waiting for me to remember something I'm forgetting. I start noticing other people, not in my apartment, never in my apartment, but around me. People on the street who seem to be looking at something I can't see. People on the bus who get on at certain stops and then, a few blocks later, aren't there anymore. I blink and they're gone, and I can never quite remember what they were wearing or what they looked like. One of them, I'm almost certain, nods at me. A small gesture, the kind of greeting you give to someone you recognize. I don't nod back. I can't. There's something in the politeness of it that terrifies me more than anything else has. I start keeping lists, not of the people, I can't describe the people, but of the times they appear. 6:47 a.m. is frequent. 8:15 p.m. 11:33 p.m. Times that seem arbitrary until I start charting them, and then I realize they're spaced exactly 20 minutes apart. Every 20 minutes, someone appears and then ceases to appear, and each time it happens, my apartment gets a little colder. On the 15th day, I receive a package. There's no postmark on it, no label, no indication of how it arrived. It's just sitting outside my door when I wake up. Inside is a single sheet of paper, official-looking, aged, with my name at the top and a date written in careful script, 3 days before I went to the station. Below that, in a hand that I don't recognize, but which somehow feels familiar anyway, is a time and a destination. A track number. A note that reads, "Arrival confirmed." I throw the letter away. I tell myself it's a prank. I block my door with my dresser. I call the police and have nothing to tell them, so I hang up. I sit in the dark of my apartment and wait for the sound of footsteps on the stairs. They never come. The additional middle section, the waiting room, smelled like rust and something else. Something organic that had begun its long decomposition decades ago. I stood in the center of the space, letting my eyes adjust, and slowly the details emerged from the dimness like photographs developing in solution. The walls were a particular shade of institutional green that I recognized from old government buildings. that specific bureaucratic color chosen because it was meant to be calming, neutral, forgettable. But the paint had begun to separate from the plaster beneath, curling at the edges like dried skin, revealing patches of yellowed wall underneath. In some places the peeling formed shapes, a hand, a face, a screaming mouth, patterns my mind insisted on finding in the chaos of decay. Sunlight fell through the high windows in thick columns, and within those columns I could see the dust moving. Not floating idly, but moving with purpose, swirling in patterns that seemed almost directed, as though the air itself had become something solid enough to push around. The dust caught the light and turned the beams into visible highways, and I watched particles rise and fall, in a rhythm that didn't correspond to any breeze I could feel. There were benches bolted to the floor in neat rows, the kind designed to be uncomfortable, to discourage lingering. The wood was dark with age and something that might have been mold or might have been shadow. It was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Some of the benches had collapsed inward, their wooden slats snapped or rotted through entirely, creating gaps like missing teeth. On one bench, a newspaper lay folded, so ancient and brittle that it had begun to amalgamate with the wood itself, becoming part of the furniture rather than something resting upon it. I didn't try to read the date. The silence in that room was profound in a way I'd never experienced, not merely the absence of sound, but something that felt like it had weight and texture. It pressed against my eardrums, made me acutely aware of my own heartbeat, the rush of blood in my ears, the small, unconscious sounds my body made, the whisper of fabric, the creak of my shoes on the floor. Every tiny noise I produced felt like a violation, an intrusion into something that had been carefully preserved in this state of profound quiet. I moved deeper into the station, and the temperature seemed to drop with each step, though I couldn't identify any source for the change. There were no visible drafts, no broken windows in this particular room. The cold seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the concrete floor, from the very structure of the building, as if it were slowly radiating away the last warmth it had absorbed during the final years it had been inhabited. Or perhaps the cold was coming from somewhere deeper, from underneath, from the tracks themselves. The information booth sat in one corner, a small wooden structure with a grill window and a shelf for parcels. Inside I could make out the suggestion of a chair, overturned and dissolving into splinters. Papers covered the interior surface, and I approached slowly, drawn by something I couldn't name. The papers were fused together now, matted into a solid mass by moisture and time. But I could still make out the ghost of printed text, the faint shadows of what might have been schedule information or announcements. On the counter itself sat a bell, a simple brass bell with a wooden handle, the kind a clerk would ring to signal a colleague. I reached out toward it, but stopped before touching. The bell had acquired a patina so thick and strange that I couldn't determine if it was oxidation or something else entirely. It looked almost furry in the dim light, and I drew my hand back. To my left, a wall of lockers stretched toward the back of the station. Small metal doors, each with a lock and a number. Many of them had been forced open, their doors hanging slack like the jaws of something sleeping. The interiors were empty. Time and scavengers had seen to that, but the smell emanating from them was different from the general decay of the station. It was sharper, more acidic, almost metallic. I wondered what had been stored in them, what people had left behind when they stopped coming here. Were the lockers never claimed, never opened? Or had someone regularly come back to retrieve their stored possessions over the years until finally, one day, no one came anymore? The floor of the waiting room was composed of hexagonal tiles, light blue and dark blue in a checkerboard pattern, though the years had rendered the distinction nearly meaningless. The entire floor was covered in a fine sediment, dust and debris that had accumulated over decades, and walking across it produced a soft, grinding sensation, as though I were walking across the floor of a sea that had long since drained away. In places, the sediment was deeper, creating small dunes that collected in the corners and against the baseboards. I thought of archaeological sites, of layers that represented years and decades, of how you could read time in stratigraphy. Every layer on this floor was a season. Every accumulation, a passage of time during which no one had swept, no one had cleaned, no one had disturbed this settling into dormancy. The air tasted stale on my tongue, and I became aware that I was breathing very slowly, conserving each breath as though the oxygen in this place were limited, finite. My mouth had gone dry, and I didn't reach for my water bottle. The thirst felt appropriate somehow, like part of the experience of being here, of being present in a place that time had abandoned. There was a photograph on the wall, a faded color print mounted under glass, depicting the station as it must have been. Bright and full of activity, people moving through with purpose. I tried to recognize details that might correspond to what I was seeing now, but the image was too degraded, too distant. The people in the photograph wore clothing from a specific era, and this helped date it, but not by much. The photograph itself was so faded it could have been anywhere from the 70s through the 90s. The glass covering it was so thick with grime that the scene appeared to be viewed through centuries of accumulated atmosphere, as though I were looking at something from another geological age. My eyes were drawn repeatedly to the schedule board. It was a large mechanical board, the kind with flip cards that would create that distinctive clicking sound as times and destinations rotated into view. The board was dark now, its mechanism clearly non-functional, but in the gloom I could make out the raised lettering of permanent destinations. And there, among the departed trains, were today's schedules. Fresh timetables posted on a wall in an abandoned station. The impossibility of it created a small disturbance in my chest, a quickening of breath that I had to consciously control. The deeper silence pressed in, and I realized I had stopped moving. I was standing in the center of this forgotten space, and the station seemed to extend in all directions indefinitely, a maze of empty corridors and sealed doors and waiting areas designed for crowds that would never materialize. Somewhere in the structure I could hear a very faint sound, not quite a sound, more like the memory of a sound, the kind of thing your brain constructed when the silence became too profound. It might have been the wind moving through cavities in the walls, or it might have been something else entirely. I didn't investigate further. The fluorescent lights overhead, those long tubes of industrial illumination, were mostly dark, their ballasts long since dead. But in one corner of the ceiling, a single light flickered with the faintest luminescence, not bright enough to be truly useful, barely bright enough to register consciously. Yet it persisted in its dying, refusing to extinguish completely, casting a slightly warmer quality over a small section of the room. That small persistence of effort, that one light still trying to fulfill its function despite decades of abandonment, was somehow more disturbing than total darkness would have been. 'Tis the thing that terrifies me most. The not arriving. The waiting for something that has already happened and that I still haven't accepted. The weather turns colder. Fall bleeding into winter. I notice that I've stopped leaving my apartment. At some point, without deciding to do it, I stopped going out. The grocery delivery service knows my address by now. They leave my orders by the door, and I retrieve them when I'm certain no one is watching, or when I've stopped caring if someone is. I find a notebook in my desk that I don't remember buying. It's half filled with handwriting, my handwriting, documenting dates and times and descriptions of people I've seen and then unseen, observations about the sound of my radiator at night, which sometimes hisses in patterns that almost sound like train announcements, notes about the way my windows frost over in patterns that resemble schedules. At the back of the notebook, in writing that becomes increasingly jagged, increasingly desperate, is a single repeating phrase, "When does it arrive? When does it arrive? When does it arrive?" I didn't write that. I'm certain I didn't write that. There's no use in convincing myself anymore. The 3 days are missing, and they're not coming back. The station is still there. I know because I checked. One day when my courage bottomed out and I drove past that road, took one look at that building sitting in the forest, and turned around immediately. It looked different. It looked more real. It looked like it had been waiting for me to come back. The names on those papers are still being written. I'm sure of it. Every day, someone new arrives at that station, follows the platform, sees the circle of figures, and makes a choice. Some of them run toward the forest. Some of them run toward the building. Some of them probably stand very still and wait to see what happens next. I stopped asking what happened to me in those 3 missing days. I stopped asking what's happening now. Each time the clock strikes 6:47 or 8:15 or 11:33, and something shifts in the air of my apartment, like a door opening and closing in a room I'm not in. I just keep my lists. I keep watching the people who aren't quite there. I keep waiting for the moment when the waiting stops and the arrival finally begins, which is another way of saying I'm still on that platform, still hearing those footsteps, still reading my name on a schedule that was posted decades ago and will continue to be posted until the moment I finally accept that my train has already come and gone, and I've been standing in its departure all along. It's 6:47 a.m. now. Somewhere in my apartment, the radiator hisses. It sounds, if I listen carefully, almost like a voice reading a name. I don't turn around to hear it clearly. I've learned that some arrivals are best experienced in the corner of your vision, The places where the real world hasn't quite bothered to fully erase the other one. The list on my desk waits to be continued. Story 2. The flooded basement of the old hospital where footprints walk upstream. The flooded basement of the county hospital has been sealed since 1984, but the door to it was never locked. I found that detail in the county assessor's records, a single sentence in a structural survey conducted by someone who clearly hadn't bothered to look very carefully. The hospital closed in 1982. The basement flooded in 1983, apparently due to what the report called irremediable groundwater intrusion. A year later, they sealed the eastern maintenance corridor, the one that led down to the submersed levels, and that was that. 40 years of bureaucratic indifference. I'd been documenting abandoned structures across the state for 3 years by then, photographing them methodically before nature or demolition took them. There's something about buildings after they stop being used by people, something worth recording. They're honest in a way occupied buildings can't be. They show you exactly what they were built for, stripped of pretense. The hospital stood on the edge of a town that had already begun its slow collapse. Factories upstream had shut down in the 90s. The hospital had followed piece by piece until finally the doors locked and the windows were boarded. I'd photographed the main structure twice before, the surgical wing with its rows of empty rooms, the cafeteria with tables still arranged as if people might return. I'd found a patient's hospital bracelet under a desk once. Name worn away to nothing. The basement, though, I hadn't planned to go into the basement. I was mapping the utility tunnels that connected the hospital to the adjacent office building, a small structure where they'd kept administrative files. The tunnels were mostly dry, lit by the kind of murky light that filtered through decades of dust on glass blocks set into the ceiling. My flashlight caught the green-black of old water stains on the concrete, maybe 6 feet up the walls. The 1983 flood had come in hard and fast, and the water had receded but left its evidence everywhere, rust on metal door frames, a salt line of mineral deposits, the particular smell of spaces left wet and then sealed away. The doorway to the basement section was where I expected it to be, marked on the old facility map I'd found in the county office. They'd sealed it with cinder blocks mortared in place, a serious seal built to last. But the job had been done in 1984. The mortar had begun to fail years ago. 3 of the blocks were loose enough to move. I don't want to sound like someone who makes reckless decisions. I do this work methodically. I document what I find. I don't take unnecessary risks. But I was there, and the blocks were movable, and I had my flashlight and my camera and a rational understanding that a flooded basement was just a flooded basement, water and time and the accumulation of debris. Nothing stranger than that. It took me 15 minutes to work out a gap large enough to fit through. The blocks themselves were heavier than they looked, dense concrete that dated back 50-plus years. I stacked them carefully to one side, conscious even then of some impulse to keep the intrusion neat, as if I might seal it back up again when I left. The air that came through was thick and still and smelled like minerals and deep earth. The smell of groundwater that had never seen daylight, never experienced a season. It was cold in a way that didn't feel like temperature so much as absence. My flashlight beam cut into the darkness ahead and found water immediately. The basement level of the hospital was mostly submerged. Not completely. There was maybe 2 feet of space between the water line and the ceiling, a black mirror of surface tension about 30 feet away that caught my light and gave nothing back. But the corridors themselves, the storage rooms, the mechanical spaces, all of it was underwater. I stood at the edge and let my eyes adjust, though there was nothing much to adjust to. The water was dark brown, sediment-heavy, opaque. The light of my flashlight died in it almost immediately. The walls visible above the water line were stained where the high water mark had left its permanent record, a murky line roughly 5 feet up, the tidal evidence of whatever surge had gotten this far in 1983. Below that, everything was water. I'd prepared for this. I had boots rated for water immersion and a bag sealed in a dry bag. My camera was protected. I had a rope clipped to my belt, and I'd left the other end tied to a pipe in the upper corridor, a basic safety precaution, standard practice for anyone entering a flooded structure. You always have a way back. The water was colder than I expected when I stepped in. It didn't drip or spray. It seemed to part reluctantly, as if I was moving through something more resistant than water should be. The floor under my boots was silted, fine sediment that immediately clouded the water around my feet, reducing visibility to almost nothing. I moved carefully, sweeping my flashlight across the submerged space ahead, watching for debris. The corridor was narrow, built in the era when hospital layouts were more utilitarian than open. The walls on either side were blank, service corridors, the kind of spaces patients and visitors never saw. Water dripped from somewhere ahead, a sound that echoed strangely in the enclosed space, creating phantom dripping sounds that seemed to come from everywhere. I'd waded maybe 30 feet when I first noticed the footprints. They were visible in the silt of the floor, relatively clear despite the years. Someone had walked here, someone barefoot, the prints unmistakable once I noticed them. The toes were distinct, and the pressure marks showed the weight distributed across the foot in the natural way of human walking. Size was hard to judge, but the impression seemed roughly proportional to an average adult. The prints led deeper into the flooded section, away from where I'd entered, moving further into the darkened corridor. I wasn't particularly unsettled by them. Flooded basements in old buildings are found places, sometimes shelters. Someone might have waded in here years ago, perhaps decades, when the water was fresh and the seal incomplete. The footprints would have been protected from erasure by the still water, preserved under sediment. Water doesn't degrade impressions the way air does. I continued forward, my own footprints joining the trackway, following the deeper path into the hospital basement. The corridor opened into a larger space, some kind of utility room or mechanical area. The ceiling was lower here, and I could see the underside of pipes running the length of it, corroded metal covered in a fine fur of mineral deposits. Equipment I couldn't identify sat in the water, mostly submerged, their purposes obscured by submersion and time. The footprints continued through this space, still heading deeper, still moving away from the entrance. I marked my position on my camera and made notes. Basic documentation before proceeding further. I noted the location, the depth of the water, the structural conditions. I photographed the mechanical space, though the camera's flash barely penetrated the darkness, creating instead a kind of muted luminescence that made the water look almost living, almost conscious of the light. When I followed the footprints back into the corridor on the other side of the mechanical room, I began to notice something I couldn't quite articulate at first. The water's surface wasn't flat anymore. It was moving. Not dramatically, not in a way that would suggest current or flow, but there was a settled disturbance, a rippling that seemed to move laterally across the corridor rather than along it, creating patterns that didn't match any logic of water displacement I understood. I stood still, watching, trying to parse what I was seeing. The footprints led forward, deeper still, and I followed. The corridor was getting narrower, or the ceiling was getting lower, or both. I was wading through water that now reached my thighs, the sediment rising in clouds with each step. The footprints remained visible, still distinct, still barefoot, still heading the same direction with what seemed like purpose. I checked my rope, made sure it was still secured, and continued forward. The corridor ahead turned a corner, and my flashlight caught something I hadn't expected. Light. Not actual light, but something. A faint luminescence in the water itself, as if something distant was glowing, diffusing through the water in a slow, unmeasurable way. I moved toward it, drawn by the simple fact that it was different from what I'd encountered so far. As I rounded the corner, the corridor opened into what had once been a larger basement chamber. The ceiling here had partially collapsed some years ago. I could see the jagged edge where concrete and rebar had given way, a rough scar across the ceiling 8 or 9 feet above the waterline. But the chamber stretched ahead for some distance, and the water in it seemed different somehow, deeper than the corridor water, colder. The footprints fanned out here. That was the first thing that properly registered, the first thing that made me stop moving forward. Where there had been a single trail, there were now many, dozens of distinct footprints, all heading in roughly the same direction, all barefoot, all impressed into the silt with the same physical reality as the ones I'd been following. They didn't overlap in ways that suggested confusion or circling. They seemed to move in parallel, as if someone had walked here not once, but many times. Always following almost the same path, always moving in the same direction. I stood in the water and swept my flashlight across them, trying to count, trying to understand what they represented. 20 distinct prints, maybe more. 20 different moments of someone walking this submerged corridor. Or 20 someones walking it once each. Or, I didn't finish the thought. Instead, I looked at where they were heading. The footprints led to the far end of the chamber, where the corridor seemed to continue beyond into deeper darkness. And beyond that, though it was difficult to see clearly, there seemed to be something, a wall or a sealed door, visible only as a place where the corridor simply ended, where the water seemed to hit something solid and pool against it. I was aware of my breathing then, aware of the sound of it, the way it echoed in the enclosed space, aware of the silence otherwise, the complete absence of any other sound except the occasional drip from above and the water itself. That subtle movement I still couldn't quite understand. I stood for a moment, my flashlight beam cutting through the water, and made a decision. I checked my rope again, verified it was still secure, and began walking deeper, following the parallel tracks of footprints forward. The water was colder now, so cold my legs had gone numb, which somehow made it easier to move through. The footprints remained visible, leading me forward, showing me a path that someone or something, though I didn't think that word yet, had walked many times. The chamber seemed to stretch on longer than the building's blueprint suggested it should. I kept walking, kept following the tracks, kept my flashlight fixed on the point ahead where the corridor met whatever barrier created the end point. I was aware, in some part of my mind, that the water around me was moving more distinctly now. Not with current, there was no flow, no obvious direction to it. But it was disturbed, agitated in a way that didn't match my passage through it. The footprints continued ahead. They seemed to point toward something I was beginning to understand I should probably not reach. But I kept moving forward anyway. The barrier came into view gradually, as though the water itself was reluctant to reveal it. My flashlight caught the edge first, a vertical line of something solid, concrete or metal, I couldn't yet tell. As I drew closer, the shape resolved into a wall. Not a sealed door after all, just a wall. The corridor terminated against it absolutely, the water lapping at its base in that same strange, disturbed way. I stood before it, breathing hard, and ran my hand across the surface. Smooth, deliberately finished. This wasn't the natural end of the building's foundation. This was something that had been built here intentionally, sealing off whatever lay beyond. The footprints stopped at the wall. All 20 of them. All 40 feet of prints that had led me this far. They simply ended, their tracks dissolving into the water at the base of the barrier, as though whoever, whatever had made them had simply ceased to exist at this point. I told myself this was water damage. Erosion, the older prints worn away, the newer ones leading here and then fading into the water's disturbance. A normal explanation, possible, even likely. But the water was moving again, more deliberately now, not around my legs, but above them where I couldn't see. I felt the current this time, unmistakable, definite, a pulling sensation that wanted to draw me backward, away from the wall. It was warm, which made no sense. Hospital basements aren't warm. Neither is groundwater in March, when the frost line hasn't fully retreated. I turned my flashlight upward. The corridor ceiling disappeared into darkness above, higher than it should be given the building dimensions I'd memorized from the blueprints. And as I played the light across it, I caught something that made my throat tighten. The ceiling wasn't uniform. There were sections that seemed to bow downward, bulging as though the weight of the building above was slowly pressing through. deforming the concrete. Water dripped from these bulges, not in the occasional rhythmic way I'd heard before, but in steady streams, creating ripples that spread across the chamber in concentric circles. Each bulge aligned perfectly with where the footprints had clustered most densely. I moved the light back down, toward the footprints again, trying to see them more clearly now. They were deeper than I'd first noticed, not just the impression of weight, but actual claw marks beside them, 4 parallel grooves in the silt floor, as though whatever made the prints had been clutching at the ground while it walked. My legs felt very cold again. The numbness had crept up past my knees. I checked the rope. Still secure. Still holding. Good. I started backing away from the wall, keeping my flashlight trained forward, not wanting to turn my back on that space. The water continued its warm, pulling sensation, and now I could hear it more clearly. Not the sound of water itself, but something underneath it. A susurration, almost like breathing. That's when I noticed the second thing. The footprints I'd been following had changed. I was certain of it. When I'd first entered the corridor, they had been distinct, clear depressions in the sediment, walking in relatively straight lines toward the wall. But as I looked at them now, passing over them again, I could see that some had deepened. And more than that, some of the tracks seemed to have shifted, as though the ground beneath them had settled or the footprints themselves had somehow moved, rearranging themselves into a slightly different pattern than they'd held an hour ago. I was losing objectivity. I knew that even then. The cold was affecting my thinking. The isolation of the space was creating patterns in randomness, seeing intention in erosion. I kept moving backward. The ceiling bulges continued their steady dripping. The warm current in the water pulled at me, gentle but insistent, like something was trying to guide me backward out of the chamber. I let it, moving at a steady pace, not rushing. No point in rushing. The rope would hold. The water was only thigh deep. I'd come in through that hole in the wall, and I could get back out the same way. Except I stopped, mid-step. The water around me had changed temperature again. Not gradually, but instantly, as though I'd stepped across an invisible boundary, warm to ice cold in the space of a single footfall. Behind me toward the wall, the water retained that odd warmth. But here, where I stood, it was viscous and freezing, clinging to my legs like something was trying to hold me in place. I looked down. The footprints around me had multiplied, not in number, but in presence. It was hard to describe even to myself. The tracks I'd been following had been clear and relatively fresh, made by something walking through the water with purpose, leaving defined impressions. But now, surrounding the path I'd taken, were other prints. Older ones, or different ones, or I couldn't determine which. They seemed to emerge from the water itself, as though the sediment had rearranged to reveal impressions that had always been there, hidden beneath the surface. And they were overlapping in a way that suggested multiple things had walked this path simultaneously, or at different times, passing through the same space, their prints layering atop one another until the pattern became almost abstract. One set led toward me, not directly, but at an angle, as though whatever made them had been watching me move backward, matching my pace, keeping a specific distance. The prints were smaller than the ones leading to the wall, more delicate, and they had sharp edges, which meant they were recent, made in the last few minutes probably, made while I was standing before that sealed barrier, my hands on the concrete, trying to understand what I was looking at. I spun around, flashlight raised. Nothing, just water, darkness beyond the beam, and the steady drip from the deformed ceiling. But the footprints were still there when I looked back down. Closer now, I thought. Or had they always been that close? My perception was compromised. I needed to leave. I needed to get back to the hole in the wall, back up through the basement, back out of this building entirely. I started walking faster. The water resisted. That viscous clinging sensation intensifying until each step became an effort against something that wasn't quite physical but wasn't quite night. The footprints around me seemed to accelerate in response, multiplying not just around me but ahead of me, creating a kind of corridor within the corridor, a path marked out in impressions, leading me forward, toward the wall. I stopped fighting it. That's what I did. I stopped fighting the water, stopped struggling against the current, and simply walked. The rope remained secure. That was what mattered. I could return to the entry point whenever I chose. I could always leave. But I needed to understand why the footprints were reorganizing themselves, why the ceiling was bulging, why the temperature was fluctuating in patterns that suggested intention rather than geology. As I approached the wall again, I noticed something I'd missed the first time. There was a symbol carved into the concrete, just one, to the left of where the footprints converged. It wasn't obvious, barely visible in the play of my flashlight, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. It was simple, almost abstract, just a series of lines that might have been made by an old utility mark, or scratches from the wall itself, or something else. Something that wanted me to know it was there. I reached out to touch it, water dripping from my numb fingers, and the wall was warm, not room temperature, not even body temperature, but warm in the way that living things are warm, from the inside out. And beneath my palm, I felt something like a pulse, distant, slow, but absolutely present. The footprints around me seemed to vibrate, and from deeper in the water, from the direction of that deeper darkness I couldn't quite reach, I heard it. That breathing sound again, much louder now, much closer. I pulled my hand back from the wall. And then I heard something worse, the sound of something moving through the water behind me. Not the soft disturbance I'd made, not the current that had pulled at my legs, but actual movement. Deliberate, approaching. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see what those overlapping footprints belonged to. I didn't want to confirm what I already knew on some cellular level, that the prints had been made by more than one thing, that some of those things were still here, and that they had been watching me the entire time, waiting for me to reach the wall, waiting for me to touch the symbol, waiting for whatever signal or permission that gesture had provided. I gripped the rope and began pulling myself backward. The water released me as soon as I applied tension to the line, as though it had been holding me only as long as I remained passive. The footprints surrounding me seemed to collapse inward, the sediment rearranging itself once more into patterns I didn't want to examine too closely. The sound behind me continued, not retreating, not approaching, just present, moving through the water with a purpose that had nothing to do with the exit I was heading toward. I didn't look back, not once. I followed the rope through the darkness, my flashlight beam shaking badly now, and when I reached the hole in the wall, I pulled myself through without stopping, without pause, without any acknowledgement of the disturbance in the water immediately behind me. As my shoulders cleared the opening, I heard the sound stop. Not gradually, completely, as though whatever made it had simply ceased right at the threshold, unable or unwilling to follow. I didn't go back down to that basement. The rope is still there, tied to the radiator, descending into that dark space where something is still walking, still leaving footprints, still waiting in patterns that shift and rearrange themselves according to rules I don't understand. The building is slated for demolition next month. I find myself wondering if they'll ever reach that sealed wall at the end of that submerged corridor, and if they do, what they'll find there. Whether the footprints will still be visible when the water drains away. Whether the symbol on the concrete will mean anything to the workers who discover it. Whether something down there is still waiting. I made the mistake of telling someone. Not all of it. Not the part about the pulse in the wall, or the breathing, or the way the footprints had arranged themselves in patterns that felt almost communicative. I told myself I was being rational, practical. I needed context. I needed to know if anyone else had experienced the basement. If there was a documented history of the building's peculiarities, if I was losing my mind in a way that was quantifiable and therefore survivable. I told Drew. Drew worked in the municipal records office, had a methodical mind and a healthy skepticism of anything that couldn't be cross-referenced. I brought him coffee on a Tuesday afternoon and told him about the rope, the sealed corridor, the basement that shouldn't have been there. I left out the details that would sound insane. I kept it anchored to the physical, construction anomalies, water damage, architectural inconsistencies. He listened with the patience of someone accustomed to eccentric inquiries. And then he pulled up files. The hospital had closed in 1987. Prior to that, its basements had been extensively documented during a structural assessment in 1981. The assessment noted that basement levels 3 and 4 were flooded with groundwater despite multiple pumping operations, and that the flooding was unusually persistent and of unclear origin. The water table in that area should have been 40 feet below the foundation, yet the water remained, year after year, at exactly the same level. More interesting, there was a note from the superintendent at the time. He'd requested a formal investigation into irregular patterns in the sediment accumulation and had mentioned consulting a geologist about possible subsurface activity. The request had been denied, no reason given, no follow-up documented. When I asked Drew if he could access the original photographs from that assessment, he could. He showed them to me on his monitor. Basement corridors I didn't recognize, or did recognize, but in a way that made my stomach contract. The same institutional tile work, The same concrete walls, but photographed from angles I'd never reached, in sections I'd never explored. And in one photograph, dated March 15th, 1981, there was something else. The water was darker in that photo. The angle was wrong for me to see the bottom clearly, but I could see the surface, and there were marks on it, deliberate marks, concentric circles emanating from a central point, as though something had disturbed the water with precise, methodical force. The symbol was identical to the one I'd touched. I felt the room tilt. Drew noticed my reaction. He had that expression people get when they've accidentally confirmed something terrible. You saw that, didn't you? The marking on the water. I saw a symbol on the wall, I said carefully, carved into concrete, at the end of a sealed corridor. The water reflected it, Drew said. He was quiet for a long moment. I had another researcher months ago asking about the basement levels, about the flood maps. She was trying to determine if the flooding was natural or if something had caused it. She was very specific about what she wanted to know, whether the water had always been there or whether it had appeared suddenly. In how much time? Did you help her? I did. I found her the records. And then I didn't see her again. She never collected the files. They sat in the research hold for 3 months before I sent them back. I tried calling the number she'd provided. It was a hotel that went out of business in 1992. I tried to find another contact. There wasn't one. My hands were cold. What year was that? 2004, 15 years ago. I tried to calculate backward to assign meaning to the timeline, but the numbers refused to arrange themselves into anything coherent. Did you get a name? I did. Morgan, that was all she gave me. Morgan. And a phone number and a request form for materials related to basement flooding and structural anomalies. She was very organized, very methodical, and very certain about what she was looking for, even though she phrased everything as a question. I didn't go back to the hospital that day. Instead, I found myself researching. That was my error, not the research itself, but the particular direction it took me. I started with construction records, moved to municipal reports, then to the hospital's closure documentation. And buried in the files from 1987, I found something. A memo from the hospital's final administrator. It was addressed to the city's infrastructure committee and marked as a recommendation for post-closure procedure. It suggested that, upon demolition, particular attention should be paid to ensuring that basement level 4 is thoroughly drained before any structural removal is undertaken, and that water removal proceed from the lowest accessible point outward rather than the reverse. Several maintenance staff have expressed reluctance to work in the basement areas due to what they describe as unusual conditions, and we recommend a phased approach to decommissioning that prioritizes worker safety. The memo was signed, but in the scan, the signature was illegible, rendered into just a blur of dark pixels. Below it, in handwritten notation that I almost missed, do not break the seal on the eastern corridor, under any circumstances. That notation had no signature at all. I stared at those handwritten words for a long time. I zoomed in. The handwriting was shaky, urgent, and it had been added after the typewritten memo had been completed. Someone had taken the existing document and added that warning as an afterthought, or as a secret, or as a prayer. I called the municipal records office the next morning. I asked for Drew. He wasn't there. The woman who answered said he'd taken a leave of absence 2 weeks ago. Unexpected, he hadn't said where he was going or when he'd be back. His position would be covered by a temporary replacement. 2 weeks. That would have been the day after I visited him, the day after he'd shown me the photograph. I didn't call again. Instead, I made another mistake. I went back to the hospital. I told myself it was to retrieve the rope. I told myself I needed to know if anything had changed, if the basement had progressed from anomaly to genuine threat. I told myself that proximity to the source might actually make things clearer, as though understanding could accumulate through exposure the way sediment accumulates on stone. This was rationalization. I knew it at the time. The building was empty in a way it hadn't been before. The other rooms I'd explored previously, the nurse's station with its scattered papers, the patient charts still filed in their slots as though the doctors had only stepped out briefly, all of that was gone. Cleaned out. The spaces left behind looked cavernous and indifferent, but the basement entrance was exactly where I'd left it. The rope was still tied to the radiator. It was wet. Not damp from ambient moisture, but actively wet, as though it had been recently drawn through water. I picked it up and found that it was cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the cold of something that had been submerged for days. I looked down into the darkness. The footprints on the basement floor were different now. They were everywhere. Not just around the area where I'd descended, but spreading throughout the visible space. They converged in certain areas, diverged in others. And they were all moving in the same direction, toward the stairs, toward the exit, toward me. There were at least a dozen sets of them, overlapping so completely that the floor looked textured, almost sculptural in the way the sediment had been pushed and compacted by repeated passage. It was like watching a migration, a slow, patient movement of multiple somethings across the basement floor, all heading toward the same exit point. And the strangest part? They were all fresh. The moisture on the floor still held their shape. The sediment hadn't begun to collapse or rearrange. Whatever had made those prints had done so within the last few hours, while I was above ground, while the building was empty and silent. I heard the breathing sound, not from below, from behind me. I turned, and the hallway I'd entered from was exactly as I'd left it. Empty, silent, but the air itself seemed to have changed texture. It felt thicker, and there was a smell, not unpleasant, but profoundly wrong, like water that had been still and undisturbed for a very long time, with the faint metallic undertone of something organic slowly dissolving beneath the surface. The breathing continued. It wasn't fast or frantic. It was steady and deep, the kind of breathing something does when it's at rest but alert, when it knows you're there and is waiting to see what you'll do next. I couldn't locate the source of it. It seemed to come from everywhere. The walls, the floor, the air itself. It was intimate and vast at the same time, a presence that was simultaneously beside me and surrounding me entirely. I gripped the rope. I was going down. I was going to follow those footprints to whatever their source was, because the alternative, remaining in this hallway while that breathing continued, felt like a slower kind of disappearance. At least the basement was honest. At least it was clear. But the rope was too wet. My hands slipped the moment I began to descend. I caught myself on the radiator, felt my palms scrape against the metal, and when I looked at my hands, they were covered with a slick film that wasn't quite water. It felt alive. Not in the way that organisms feel alive, but in the way that water feels alive when it's been stagnant long enough to develop its own will, its own purpose. I wiped my hands on my pants and looked back down into the darkness. The footprints had moved. The ones nearest the stairs, the ones I would have stepped into if I'd descended, were now arranged in a pattern that almost spelled something, almost communicated, almost formed a message written in sediment and intention. And below, in the deeper darkness, the water seemed to shimmer. The breathing stopped. The silence that followed was the worst sound of all. It was the silence of something withdrawing into itself, of a presence choosing to become invisible, of a weight that would extend indefinitely because it had already extended indefinitely, and time meant nothing down there, and patience was infinite. I backed away from the stairs. I didn't turn around. I kept my eyes on the darkness as I moved backward through the hallway, and when I reached the building's entrance, I stepped out into afternoon light that felt almost punitive in its brightness. The hospital is still standing. The demolition has been delayed. I received a letter from the municipal office explaining that structural assessment has uncovered unexpected complications, and that the timeline for removal has been indefinitely postponed pending further investigation. The letter included a note. It was handwritten, in the same urgent, shaky script as the memo I'd found. If the investigation reaches the sealed corridor, do not allow them to open it. And if you know anything about how to communicate with what's below, please do so. Tell it that we're sorry. Tell it that we tried to keep it contained. Tell it that we meant no harm. Ask it to be patient. Ask it to wait. The note was unsigned. I've been trying to compose that message for weeks now. I've attempted it in the basement, standing at the edge of the stairs in the darkness. I've tried speaking it aloud. I've tried writing it on paper and submerging the pages in standing water, watching the ink blur and disperse. I don't know if it hears me. But I've noticed something. The footprints have stopped appearing in the basement. The ones that were there have faded gradually, the sediment smoothing itself out as though someone or something is consciously erasing them. And when I visit, the breathing no longer surrounds me. Now it comes from below, from deeper down, from the spaces beneath the sealed corridor where the water is darkest and the foundation runs down into earth and stone that predates the hospital itself. It's waiting, still patient, still listening, and I'm beginning to understand that whatever is down there didn't arrive when the hospital was built. The hospital was built on top of it. The water wasn't a flood or a structural problem or a geological anomaly. It was an offering, a careful, deliberate seal placed between us, and something that had already been here for a very long time. And I broke it. 3 months have passed since I received that unsigned letter, and my life has taken on a rhythm that feels almost normal to anyone observing it from the outside. I go to work. I pay bills. I see friends on weekends and pretend that nothing fundamental has shifted in the way I understand the world. Most of the time, I'm successful at this performance. There are hours, sometimes entire days, when I don't think about the basement, when the memory of that breathing feels distant and dreamlike, something my brain has already begun to rationalize into manageable shapes. But there are other moments, small ones, the kind that don't register as significant until they've accumulated into an undeniable pattern. I started noticing it about a week after I stopped visiting the hospital. I was filling a bathtub, something I'd done thousands of times without incident, when the water began to move in a way that had nothing to do with the faucet's pressure or the shape of the basin. It wasn't violent. There was no sudden surge or overflow. Instead, the water simply seemed to develop a current of its own, a slow, deliberate rotation that pulled in one direction for exactly as long as I watched it. Before stopping the moment, I looked away. When I looked back, it had resumed. I drained the tub that night and have showered since. Most mornings, the water runs clear and normal and exactly as it should be. But occasionally, perhaps twice a week, I'll feel something in the shower that might be a draft, might be temperature variation, or might be something that arrived through the pipes from somewhere deeper in the city's infrastructure. It's there for only a moment. A presence. A current against my skin that has intention behind it. The letter sits in a drawer in my bedroom. I've read it so many times that the creases have begun to tear along the fold lines, and the ink from the handwritten note is starting to fade. I haven't attempted to leave another message at the hospital. I haven't returned to the basement. But I think about what I was supposed to do, what that anonymous person was pleading with me to do, and I live in a state of perpetual, quiet guilt. Every time I acknowledge that I've broken my promise, I half expect something to shift, to escalate. It hasn't. That's almost worse. The hospital still stands. I confirmed this by driving past it 2 weeks ago, a decision I immediately regretted. The building looked unchanged from the outside. Same boarded windows, same crumbling brick. Same weight of abandonment pressing down on the structure like a hand holding something beneath water. But there were changes to the fence. Someone had reinforced it with new metal and posted additional warning signs. The municipal notice about delayed demolition has been replaced with something newer, something that was harder to read from the car, but which I'm fairly certain said something about hazmat precautions and restricted access. I didn't stop to look closer. My neighbor, Riley, mentioned something to me about unusual water pressure fluctuations in their apartment. They live 3 floors below me in the same building. The city sent someone to investigate, but found nothing wrong with the pipes. Riley said the water would build pressure at random intervals, usually in the evening, and that it sounded like something moving through the walls. A rhythmic sound, almost like breathing. I didn't tell him what I knew. I've learned to recognize the signs now. The water doesn't always move. Sometimes it simply feels different. Heavier, present. When I wash my hands, I can feel it observing me. If that's the right word for what's happening. Not malice. Not yet. Something more like attention. The kind of awareness that develops when something that has been alone for a very long time finally has a witness. The municipal office sent me a survey last month, asking me to rate my experience during the assessment visit to the hospital. A brief questionnaire. No name required. They wanted to know if I'd experienced any unusual phenomena, if I'd noticed anything concerning, if I felt the building posed any structural threat to nearby properties. The survey was anonymous, but there was something in its existence that felt like surveillance, like they were trying to determine whether I would talk. I threw it away without answering. But I've started to wonder if they know it was me who went down to that basement. If there are cameras I didn't see. If that unsigned letter was a test of some kind. A way to measure whether I could be trusted to keep quiet, to stay complicit in whatever compromise had been made between this city and whatever lives beneath it. I think about the footprints constantly, the sediment that had been carefully arranged, the pattern that almost formed words but never quite resolved into language. I wonder if I was meant to decipher it, or if the act of trying was the real purpose, if reading it would have changed something fundamental, and my failure to understand might be the only thing keeping me safe. Last week, I found a single footprint in my bathroom sink. It was barely visible, just a suggestion of an impression left in the soap residue that had accumulated at the drain. It was small, delicate, and it had been walking upstream through the pipes, against the flow of water and time from somewhere deeper in the building's plumbing. From somewhere deeper still. When I realized what I was looking at, I didn't clean it immediately. I stood there for several minutes, staring at that small mark, understanding that it was a message, not words, but communication nonetheless. A way of saying, I'm still here. I'm still aware of you. I'm still waiting. I rinsed it away, but I didn't cry. That surprised me. Instead, I felt something that might have been acceptance, or might have been the beginning of something else entirely. A slow recognition that the choice I'd made in that basement wasn't a mistake. Exactly. It was a commitment, an opening, something I'd initiated and now couldn't take back, and wouldn't if I could. Most of my days are ordinary now. I work, I eat, I sleep. I notice the water differently, but I've learned to live with that noticing. Sometimes in the evening when the city is quiet and the pipes are still, I can hear something moving through them. Not rushing, not angry, just moving, searching, waiting for the day when I might finally understand what it's trying to say. The breathing never returned to the hospital, not that I know of. But I've heard it in my own apartment only once, a soft, patient sound that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere, from the walls and the water and the spaces between. It lasted for exactly as long as it took me to say, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand. Please be patient with me." And then it stopped, and the silence that followed didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like a response. Story 3. The Forgotten Subdivision, where one house holds all my childhood memories. The mailbox post was still crooked. I noticed it first, before the silence of the subdivision, before the weight of the afternoon light filtering through the canopy of those old oaks lining what used to be Mockingbird Drive. The post tilted slightly left, just as I remembered it, though I couldn't say from where that memory came. I'd never lived here. The road itself was barely a road anymore. Asphalt cracked into 1,000 rivers, weeds pushing through in thick green threads. My car moved slowly, almost of its own accord, down the main artery of Ravensbrook. The street signs were still there: Thrush Lane, Kestrel Court, Sparrow Lane. All those bird names someone had chosen in 1973 when this place was going to be something. A dream subdivision, a place where families would root themselves. I'd been dreaming about it for 3 weeks. The houses told a story of what had happened instead. Most were hollowed out, roofs collapsed in on themselves like broken teeth, siding peeled back to expose dark wood ribs underneath. One had a tree growing straight through what used to be a living room window. Another was simply gone, leaving only a concrete foundation and a mailbox still cheerfully painted yellow. The streets were empty in that particular way abandoned places feel empty. Not peaceful, but absent. As though something had been pulled out of the air itself. I pulled over on Oriole Street and turned off the engine. The silence came through immediately, the kind of silence that has texture. I rolled down my window and let it in. Somewhere, wind moved through the upper branches of those oaks. Closer, something rustled in the overgrown lawn of the nearest house. A plastic bag, probably, or a rat. The subdivision smelled like mulch and trapped heat, and the faint chemical sweetness of old insulation decomposing in the sun. The dream had been specific. I'd been standing in a kitchen that wasn't mine, with light coming through windows I'd never seen before. But everything about it felt known. The dream had the texture of memory, of something that happened to me and only me, and I'd woken knowing I needed to come here. Ravensbrook sat about 40 miles from my current apartment, in a state I'd moved to 12 years ago. I'd grown up 3 states over, a normal childhood in a normal suburban town that no longer looked the way I remembered it. I'd never had any connection to this place. No family visits, no summers here, no old photographs tucked away in a box under my bed. But I'd driven here anyway, last Saturday, during my lunch break from work. The GPs had taken me within a half-mile before the signal broke up. After that, I'd navigated by instinct, turning onto roads I had no reason to recognize, following a mental map that shouldn't have existed. And I'd found it, the place from the dream, or something close enough that my stomach had gone tight and small. I'd turned around and driven back home without getting out of the car. Now, on a Thursday afternoon, I was back. The light was starting to shift toward evening, That suspended moment when the sun hasn't quite touched the horizon, but you can feel it moving downward. The heat was still thick, but it had lost its edge. In a few hours it would be dark, and I knew somehow that I didn't want to be here after dark. I put the car back in gear and turned on to Sparrow Lane. The subdivision seemed to part for me as I drove deeper in. Most of the houses I passed were consistent with the decay I'd seen elsewhere. Abandoned shells, nature already drafting its claims. Windows broken into geometric arrangements of nothing. But the closer I got to the address that had been waiting in my head, the more the landscape changed. The weeds thinned out. The mailboxes became more visible, the numbers painted in clearer digits. It was subtle, but it was there, a gradient moving backward in time. And then I saw it. The house on Sparrow Lane was perfect, not restored, not pristine or recently renovated that would have been wrong somehow. It was perfectly, exactly as I remembered it, which meant it was perfectly, exactly as it shouldn't be. 2 stories, Cape Cod style, painted a pale gray blue that caught the fading light. The front garden still had its border of stones set in a half moon against the lawn. The mailbox was the right shade of black, mounted at the right angle, not like the crooked one I'd seen earlier, but centered, level, attended to. The porch light was on, though the sun hadn't fully set yet, and through the front window, beyond the dark glass, I could see lights on inside. Yellow light, warm, domestic, waiting. I parked on the street in front of it, my hand still gripping the steering wheel after I'd turned off the engine. The subdivision had gone very quiet. I could hear my own breathing, the tick of the engine cooling down, and nothing else. No birds, despite all the street names. No distant traffic sounds from the main road I'd left behind. My phone had no signal. I'd expected that, I realized. Some part of me had known it before I arrived. The way you know, in dreams, certain rules that make perfect sense while you're dreaming but seem impossible in daylight. The light in the house shifted slightly, not flickering, but changing, as if someone had moved in front of a lamp. I watched the window for several minutes, waiting to see if it would happen again. It didn't. The house had my face, I would understand later. Not the house itself, houses don't have faces, but the proportions of it, the way it held the light, the specific geometry of its features. The house looked like me the way a photograph looks like the person in it. There was a resemblance that went deeper than shape or color. But first, I only knew that I had to go inside. I stepped out of the car into the thick, still air of Sparrow Lane. The pavement was warm under my shoes, actually warm, not just the residual heat of the asphalt, but actively warmed, as if the sun had been concentrating on this specific place all afternoon. The light was golden now, that particular quality it gets right before the blue hour, and it had a thickness to it. I breathed it in and tasted dust and something green. My feet moved toward the porch before my mind fully caught up. I was aware, distantly, that this was the point where I should leave. This was the fork in the road, the moment where the story could go one direction or another. The moment where wisdom and caution and every instinct that had kept me alive for 34 years suggested I turn around, get back in my car, and drive away from Ravensbrook entirely. But the porch light was on. The house was warm. And somewhere inside that house was the kitchen from my dream, the one where my hands had done things my hands had never actually done, where light came through windows that belonged to someone else. I was already at the front door. The knob turned easily in my hand, not locked, not even truly closed, just resting against the frame the way a door does when it's been waiting for someone to open it. The hinges were silent. The threshold smelled like dust and closed spaces and something else. Something that reminded me of the specific smell of my childhood bedroom, which should have been impossible because that bedroom was in a different state, in a house I no longer had any connection to. And yet, I stepped inside Ravensbrook House number 7, Sparrow Lane, and the door closed quietly behind me. The entry hall was narrow and dark, despite the golden light outside. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust, and when they did, I realized the windows here were covered. Not with curtains exactly, but with something that looked like dust so thick and uniform it might have been painted on. The light came through in thin amber stripes like bars. My breathing sounded loud. The floorboards under my feet were old wood, the kind that creaks and settles, but they didn't. I walked forward, and my footsteps made no sound at all. I could hear the soles of my shoes against the wood, that soft brushing sound, but there was no reverberation, no echo. The house seemed to absorb sound the way certain materials do in recording studios, professionally, deliberately. To my left was a doorway. To my right, another ahead, the hallway extended deeper into shadow. I turned left without deciding to. The living room was furnished in a way that suggested someone had decorated it from a catalog and then never updated it. Everything was from a specific era, early 2000s maybe, with that particular beige and taupe palette that had seemed sophisticated then. A leather sectional faced a television mounted on the wall. Above it hung a framed landscape I didn't recognize. There were no personal photographs, no books. The side tables held no lamps, no decorations, nothing. But the air was warm here, actively warm, as if heat was being produced somewhere, some source I couldn't identify. I moved through the room without touching anything. My hands were in my pockets. I was being careful, or the house was making me careful. I couldn't quite tell the difference anymore. The kitchen was where I knew it would be, and my chest tightened as I stepped through the threshold. Everything was wrong. It was the right kitchen, the right layout, the right proportions, the windows facing the right direction. I could see the overgrown garden outside through glass, so clean it seemed to disappear entirely, and the trees beyond it, and the fence line where my childhood memory insisted the fence line should be. But the specificity of the match made my skin feel too tight. The counters were black granite. The cabinets were a pale wood. The appliances were stainless steel and expensive looking, and they hummed, not audibly exactly, but I could feel the vibration in my chest, a low frequency that seemed to resonate with something in my body. I opened a cabinet. It was empty. Not cleaned out, not bare, empty in a way that felt intentional, as if the shelves had never been meant to hold anything. I opened another. The same, and another. Each one perfectly empty, perfectly clean, with that same vibration underneath. My hands were shaking. I forced myself to breathe. This was a vacant house, an abandoned place where no one lived. Of course the cabinets were empty. Of course there was dust, silence, that weight of unoccupied space. I was a rational person. I had a job. I paid taxes and read news and understood the world through evidence and experience. I was not the kind of person who came apart in an empty kitchen. But the kitchen didn't feel empty. It felt full of presence the way a room fills with presence when someone is watching you, even if you can't see them. I walked to the refrigerator. I didn't want to open it. I stood in front of it and felt the cold radiating from the seals, and I knew I shouldn't open it, and I opened it anyway. The interior light came on, instantly, brightly, as if it had been waiting. The fridge was full. Milk, cheese, vegetables in the drawers arranged neatly. Condiments on the door, all of them brands I recognized, all of them the ordinary products of ordinary people. Everything looked fresh. Nothing had that crystallized look of something frozen in time. This was not a museum display of a life suspended. This looked like a refrigerator that had been stocked this week. I closed the door. My hand was cold. The hum in the walls seemed louder now, or maybe I had just become more aware of it. I moved back into the living room and then into the hallway. There was a staircase I hadn't noticed before, or that I had noticed but hadn't processed. It curved upward into shadow, and the banister was dark wood, polished to a shine I could see my reflection in. I didn't go up. Instead, I walked deeper into the ground floor, through a dining room with a table that seated 8, through a study with empty shelves and a desk that held no papers, past a bathroom where the shower curtain was pulled closed, and I could see a shape behind it. Not a person, just the outline of something. Water fixtures, maybe. And then I was at the back of the house where a hallway led toward what should have been a kitchen door opening onto the garden. I could see the door at the end of the hall. It was closed. Beyond it, through the small window in its upper panel, I could see the overgrown garden, the wildness of it, branches and vines and shapes that might have been flowers once. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. No signal. But the buzz happened again. A notification of some kind, though the screen showed nothing. Nothing at all. The screen was black. Not off, but truly black, like looking into something with no bottom to it. I put the phone away. The door at the end of the hall opened before I reached it. Just opened. No draft, no creaking, just the sound of the latch releasing and the door swinging inward on hinges that moved so smoothly they might have been brand new. The garden smell came through, that thick green smell of growth and decay happening simultaneously, and I could see the fence more clearly now. See that it wasn't actually overgrown so much as being reclaimed, the wood returning to nature. I stepped through the doorway. The garden was vast. I could have sworn the back of the house was a certain distance from the fence, but it wasn't. The fence was farther away than it should have been. The garden was deeper. I was standing on a patio made of slate, and there was patio furniture here. A table and chairs, wrought iron, the kind that gets hot in the sun. The chairs were arranged as if people had just gotten up from them, as if someone had just stepped away to pour more drinks. I sat in one of the chairs. It was still warm. The metal was actively warm, and I knew somehow that the sun hadn't been on this patio for hours, that the day was fading now into that twilight place where the light goes soft and blue and the world starts to become a different place. But the chair was warm, as if I had been sitting in it moments before, as if I was sitting in it now in a different time. A double exposure of my presence across multiple moments. I got up quickly. The house was behind me. The windows of the kitchen door were dark now, and I couldn't see inside anymore, couldn't see the interior. There was no light coming from within, but I could still feel the warmth radiating from the walls, the active presence of something being lived in, maintained, tended. A sound came from somewhere in the garden. Not an animal sound, not exactly, more like movement through the overgrown grass, something large pushing through vegetation. I turned toward the sound, but couldn't see anything. The fence was still farther away than it should be. The garden still seemed to extend beyond it, which was impossible. But I had stopped believing in impossible about the time I opened the refrigerator. The sound came again, closer. I walked backward toward the house, keeping my eyes on the dark spaces between the plants where something large might be moving. My hand found the door frame. I stepped through and pulled the door shut. Through the glass window, I could see the patio, empty now. The chairs cast long shadows, even though the light was fading. The garden stretched out beyond, and at its edge, just visible through the tangle of overgrown branches, I saw something that might have been movement, might have been a shape, might have been watching. I turned away from the door and walked back into the house. The hallway was darker now. The stairs had reappeared, or I'd been moving past them without registering their presence. I needed to sit down. I needed to think. I needed to understand what was happening. And the living room seemed like the place to do that. So I went there and sat on the leather sectional, which was still warm and seemed to adjust to my body as I settled into it. The light outside had become that blue-gray quality that comes right before true dark. The dust on the windows was more visible now, those thick stripes of shadow and dimness, and I realized I had been wrong about something. The dust wasn't uniform. It had patterns to it. Patterns that looked almost deliberate, almost like marks, almost like hands. Like someone had been standing at these windows, placing their hands on the glass, and dust had accumulated around the shape of their fingers, and it had been there so long it had become part of the window itself. So long that someone would have needed to stand there repeatedly, pressing their hands against the glass in the same spot over and over, for years perhaps, or decades, to create a mark that defined itself so clearly. The front door opened. I heard it, that soft release of the latch, that silent swing of hinges. But I didn't get up. I sat on the sectional in the growing darkness, and I listened to the sound of footsteps in the hallway, not moving toward me, moving toward the back of the house, toward the kitchen, toward the garden door. They were deliberate footsteps, slow, the footsteps of someone who lived here, who knew this house, who moved through it the way you move through a space that belongs to you. The footsteps stopped. I was alone in the living room. I was alone, and the television mounted on the wall flickered to life, just for a moment, just a brief pulse of light, showing a static image of a kitchen, a patio, a garden, before going dark again. But I had seen enough. The kitchen in the image was this kitchen. The patio was the patio I had just come from. The garden was still stretching beyond the fence, still impossible in its depth, and standing in that garden, looking back toward the house, toward the patio, toward the camera or the eye that was watching, standing in that image was a figure. I couldn't see its face. The image had lasted only a fraction of a second, but I could see its outline, its posture, the way it stood with its shoulders squared, the way it held its hands. It looked like the house. It looked like me. I needed to leave. I got up from the sectional and moved toward the hallway, toward the front door, but the hallway was longer now than it had been before. The walls seemed to extend and recede. The ceiling rose and fell. It was the same hallway, and it was not, and I was moving through it without actually going anywhere, and behind me I heard a voice. Not speaking, not quite, but a presence in the air that sounded like breathing, like someone very close behind me, breathing, waiting, patient in the way that something waits, when it knows that time belongs to it, when it knows that eventually you will stop running. The front door was no longer at the end of the hall. The hallway had no end. I turned around, and there was no one there. The hallway behind me was empty, perfectly empty, and the darkness was thick enough to touch. But the breathing continued, or the presence of breathing, and I realized with a clarity that felt like drowning that I had never checked the bedrooms. I had never checked upstairs. I had never seen the second floor of this house that looked like me, that held my childhood in its kitchen, that was breathing now with a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat, or was making my heartbeat match its rhythm, which might have been the same thing. The refrigerator hummed from somewhere in the distance. The walls held their warmth. Outside, the blue light was fading toward black, and I stood in a hallway that had no end and waited for the footsteps to start again. This time, I knew they would be walking toward me. The footsteps came faster than I expected, not running. Walking with purpose, with a destination in mind, and I realized I was doing something worse than panicking, I was hoping. I was hoping they would pass me by, would turn into one of the darkened doorways that lined the hallway, would retreat back into whatever space they had come from. But hope in a house like this felt like its own kind of trap. I pressed my back against the wall. My palm found something warm. The drywall, yes, but warm in a way that felt almost alive, almost like skin cooling from the touch of another hand. I pulled away and kept moving toward where I thought the front door had been, my hand trailing along the wall in the darkness, feeling for the light switch I knew was there, had always been there. My fingers found something instead, a photograph in a frame, hanging on the wall where no photograph had been before. I could feel its edges, the glass, the outline of an image inside. I didn't want to know what it was. I kept moving. The breathing sound had stopped. That was worse. In the absence of it, I could hear other things, the house settling, or the house breathing differently, more quietly, in a way that required all my attention. I could hear the faint tick of the hallway clock. There was a clock in this hallway. I was sure of it now, though I couldn't see it. I could hear something that might have been water running through the walls, or might have been something else entirely. The hallway was getting narrower, not in a way I could see, but in a way I could feel. The walls on either side were closer than they had been, the distance between them shrinking with each step I took forward. Soon my shoulders would touch both sides. Soon the hallway would become a tunnel, and I would have to move sideways through it, or would have to stop and turn back. And I couldn't. I couldn't go back because there was nothing behind me except the breathing. Even though the breathing had stopped, it was still there. It was woven into the silence itself. I stopped walking. The darkness in front of me was absolute. The darkness behind me was the same. And between them, I existed in a space that was becoming smaller, more intimate, more like the inside of something than a hallway, like I was being swallowed slowly, deliberately, with all the patience of something that had been waiting for me for a very long time. "I know you," I said aloud. My voice didn't echo. It was absorbed immediately, swallowed by the air itself, and I understood then that there was no hallway, had never been a hallway, that I had been walking in the dark throat of this place, this thing that wore the shape of a house like I wore the shape of skin, and it was saying my name back to me in its own language, which was the language of my own breathing, my own blood, the sounds that my bones made when they remembered things they should have forgotten. The front door was behind me. I knew this suddenly, with absolute certainty. The front door was where the breathing had been. The front door was the thing that had been waiting, had been breathing, had been slowly collapsing the space around me, because I had never meant to leave in the first place. I turned and walked toward it. The hallway extended again as I moved backward. The walls spread apart. The space around me became larger, more open, and I could see it now, not with my eyes, but with some other sense that the house had given me. A rectangular opening, a threshold, the edge of something, the way out. The front door stood open onto a night that was not the night I had come from. The sky was different colors. The trees were arranged differently. The street was empty in a way that felt permanent, as if people had never lived here, as if only houses lived here, houses that stood in rows and columns, houses that breathed in unison, houses that held things inside them, not memories, not exactly, but something closer, something more essential. The distilled essence of every moment a person had ever tried to forget while living inside one of these places. I stepped toward the threshold. A hand caught my wrist, not roughly, not with force, but with a gentle, absolute grip that was stronger than bone, stronger than muscle, stronger than the very concept of resistance. It was warm. It was mine. And when I tried to look down at it, I couldn't quite turn my head far enough to see where it ended and where I began. "You came back," a voice said behind me. It was my voice. It was every version of my voice. The child voice, the teenage voice, the adult voice, all of them speaking at once in perfect unison. "You always come back." "I didn't come back," I said. "I never left." The hand on my wrist tightened slightly, and I felt something shift inside the house. A settling, a satisfaction, the way a creature might feel when it finally catches something that has been evading it for years. The hallway behind me began to fill with light, a soft, golden light like afternoon sun through old windows, and I could see the photographs now, all of them. Lining the walls on both sides, images of rooms, of yards, of staircases, of myself at different ages standing in different doorways, always looking back at the camera, always with that same expression that I couldn't quite name, not quite resignation, not quite acceptance, but something between them. I was in all of the photographs. I was also in none of them. The hand pulled me backward, away from the open door, and I didn't resist. I couldn't resist. This was the house I had been looking for. This was the place where nothing could touch me, where no time passed, where every childhood moment could be examined and re-examined forever in the golden light of an endless afternoon. This was the house that had called me back across the decades, that had worn my memories like a suit of clothes, that had been waiting in the forgotten subdivision with its impossible garden and its walls that held warmth and its hallways that led nowhere, because nowhere was where I had always been trying to go. The front door closed silently behind me. The lock, I knew, would not open again. Not for me. Not for anyone else either, because there was no one else, had never been anyone else, just the house and its version of me, and all the other houses stretching out in rows, each one holding the life of the person who lived inside it, each one breathing, waiting, patient in the way that nothing patient should ever be. Because patience like this was not a virtue, it was hunger. The light in the hallway grew warmer. Somewhere in the house a child was laughing. I recognized the sound. It was me, from a summer I thought I had forgotten, a day when everything had felt permanent and infinite. The sound came again, closer now, from one of the rooms I still hadn't entered, one of the doors still closed against the golden light. And I realized with absolute clarity that this was not a rescue. This was a homecoming. I walked deeper into the house. The hallway stretched behind me like a throat that had swallowed me whole. The photographs on the walls began to move, to shift, their images changing moment by moment, showing lives I had never lived in places I had never been, and somewhere in all of it, in the infinite hallways and impossible rooms and the breathing that matched my heartbeat exactly, I was still trying to find the way out, still believing that there was a way out, still walking forward into the golden light, toward the sound of my own voice calling me home. 3 weeks later, I was sitting in my apartment when I realized I couldn't remember the drive back. There's a moment when you wake up after a long sleep, when the dream still has weight, but the waking world is already pulling it away like tide. That's what those 3 weeks felt like, except I was never quite sure if I was waking or still asleep. The memory had edges, but the edges didn't connect to anything. I remember the light in the hallway. I remember the sound of my own voice, multiplied, calling me deeper. I remember understanding with a clarity I've never had about anything before that the house wasn't a trap. It was an answer. After that, nothing, or rather, everything after that exists in my mind the way a photograph exists, flat, detailed, but fundamentally separate from experience. I was alive. I was sitting in my apartment. I had driven here, apparently, because my car was in the parking lot with dust on the windshield that looked like the dust from a forgotten subdivision, the kind of dust that hasn't been disturbed in decades. The gas tank was full, and I don't remember filling it. My sister came to see me. She had called 3 times, she said, and I hadn't answered. She seemed worried, the specific kind of worry that comes when someone has decided you're sick, but they're not sure what kind of sick you are. She brought soup. She stayed for an hour and asked me questions I answered correctly. Or so I assume, because she stopped looking frightened after about 20 minutes and started looking merely sad, the way you look at someone who has survived something. "Where were you?" she asked finally, as she was leaving. "Here," I said. "I've been here the whole time." She didn't believe me. I could see it in the way her hand lingered on the door frame. She was trying to find something in my face that would explain the absence of 3 weeks, and I was trying to give her that explanation, but there was nothing to give. I had been nowhere. I had been everywhere. I had been inside a hallway that breathed. "You need to see someone," she said, "not a doctor." She meant it in that particular way that means a person needs to talk to someone who understands the space between what you remember and what actually happened, between sanity and the kind of clarity that looks exactly like its opposite. I told her I was fine. I told her I had just needed some time alone. Both things were true in the way that true things are when you're speaking from inside a place that doesn't quite exist anymore. After she left, I sat in the dark for a while. Not because I wanted to sit in the dark, but because I kept forgetting to turn on the lights. Time was strange now. Not slow or fast, just strange. I would look at the clock and 40 minutes would have passed, and I would have no record of it. My apartment would be slightly different, a glass moved, A chair shifted, the kitchen towel hanging from a different hook, and I wouldn't remember moving any of it. My hands would be clean, though, and there would be no confusion about my movements. It was just that the narrative of those 40 minutes didn't exist. There was a gap, not a blackness, but an actual gap in the sequence of events, as if someone had edited those moments out and left everything else intact. The food in my refrigerator rotted at the exact pace that food rotates. Nothing accelerated or strange. I went to work, a job I barely remember having before this all happened. My coworkers said nothing unusual. I didn't miss any days, apparently. My manager said I seemed distracted, but distraction is not a symptom of anything serious. Everyone is distracted. The world expects distraction. But at night, in the apartment, I would find myself standing at my window looking out at the street below, and I would feel something like homesickness. Not for a place, but for a quality of light. A golden, endless afternoon. A hallway that breathed, the sound of a child's voice that was also my voice, calling from somewhere I had already been and was always being called back to. I stopped going out. Eventually, not because I was afraid, but because stepping outside felt like a violation of something. The air outside my apartment smelled wrong, too thin, too real. It lacked the thickness of the air inside the house. Everything outside had edges, definition, too much particularity. The world seemed to have lost the ability to contain me. I would step out onto the street and feel myself beginning to slip sideways into something else, something parallel, and I would turn around and go back inside. My sister stopped calling after 2 months. I didn't blame her. What I noticed, slowly, was that the apartment was changing. Not obviously, nothing like a room rearranging itself or doors appearing where no doors should be. But the light through my windows began to shift. The angle seemed different. When I looked out, the street below looked farther away than it had before. And the buildings across from me seemed to be the same building, repeated. I didn't find this frightening. I found it comforting, the way you might find comfort in returning to a room you loved as a child and finding it exactly as you remembered it. The hallway in my apartment, the one that connected my bedroom to the living room, began to seem longer. I timed it once. Going from the bedroom to the living room should have taken 7 steps. It took 17. Going back took 9. I didn't investigate further. I knew what that meant. I knew what it meant that the light in that hallway, late at night, had taken on a golden quality, soft and warm and eternal. I stopped trying to leave. This is what additional middle section the subdivision existed in a state of suspension, as though time had simply lost interest and moved on without it. I stood at the edge of the main road, cracked asphalt bleeding into gravel, and felt the weight of stillness pressing down. No birds sang here. That was the first thing I noticed, and the second. And the third time I looked up through the skeletal branches overhead. The silence had texture. It was thick, almost clay-like, coating my throat as I breathed. The houses emerged from the overgrowth like teeth from receding gums, 12 of them arranged in a gentle crescent that the developers had probably called Autumn Ridge or Oakmont Estates, something evocative and hopeful. The names were gone now, the welcome sign long since toppled and absorbed into the creeping vines that had claimed the embankment. I could see the metal post beneath the vegetation, rusted orange, bent at an angle that suggested violence or simple surrender. Each house was identical in its decay, vinyl siding weathered to the color of old bone, gutters sagging under the weight of accumulated leaves, and something darker, decomposed matter that had stopped being identifiable years ago. The windows were mostly intact, which somehow made it worse. I could see into them, into the hollow interiors, into rooms that still held the vague geometry of abandoned furniture, gray shapes beneath gray dust, visible through glass that had become opaque with years of collected grime and the gradual film that develops when nothing is cleaned, ever, for a very long time. The yards had surrendered completely. What had once been lawns were now ecosystems, tall grass gone to seed, wild roses sprawling in thorny tangles across property lines that no longer meant anything, dandelions clustered in thick yellowed masses. Trees had begun their work in earnest, roots pushing up through cracked driveways in thick woody fingers. The asphalt buckled and crumbled, creating a topography that felt deliberate, intentional, as if the earth was slowly making a fist. I walked deeper. My footsteps sounded too loud, then suddenly absorbed into the quiet, swallowed by it. The air smelled like decay, but not the sharp, offensive kind. This was ancient decay, woody and organic, almost earthy. Mulch, dampness, the particular smell of spaces that hadn't seen direct sunlight in years, where moisture collected and created a perpetual autumn, neither progressing into spring nor fully retreating into winter, just held there. Suspended, the mailboxes were still mounted on their posts, a row of them like oversized birds perched along one side of the street. Most hung open, their red flags long since faded to a salmon pink. Inside, I caught glimpses of paper, undeliverable mail perhaps, or notices sent but never retrieved. The dates on the visible envelopes were blurred, but I could make out fragments, years that didn't belong to recent memory. I didn't look too closely. The knowledge that someone had once cared enough to put those letters there and that no one had ever come to claim them felt like a violation to witness to directly. Between the houses, the forest was winning. Not the neat, manicured trees that might frame a suburban street, but wild growth. Saplings that had sprung up in driveways and between foundation stones, vines that had completely consumed at least two of the structures I could see from where I stood. Those houses were disappearing back into green. It was hypnotic to look at. The slow, inevitable reclamation. The way nature had no malice about it. No urgency, just the patient work of 1,000 growing things, returning the space to what it had been before the rectangle and drywall had arrived. I realized I was holding my breath. I released it slowly and became aware of other sounds then, the ones that exist beneath silence. The creak of wood settling. Something small moving through the brush, unseen, the drip of water from a gutter or a pipe, landing somewhere in the depths of the subdivision with metronomic regularity. The wind, when it came, didn't sound like wind so much as the breathing of something large and sleeping. It moved through the hollow houses, through broken windows, and emerged as a low, almost vocal exhalation. My legs felt heavy. Not tired exactly. I hadn't walked that far. But heavy in the way they felt when I was a child and had sat perfectly still for too long, circulation fading, the limbs becoming unfamiliar to me. I moved forward anyway, because I had come here for something, though the reason was becoming difficult to hold in my mind. The structure of why I was here kept slipping away, replaced by the immediate sensation of being observed by the emptiness itself. The subdivision had a texture I could almost feel on my skin, the particular coolness of spaces that never quite warmed, that existed in perpetual shade. My eyes had adjusted to the dim afternoon light, and I could see details now that I hadn't noticed at first. The pattern of mold creeping up the siding of the nearest house, the way some driveways had cracked into neat geometric sections as if the asphalt was planning something, organizing itself for its final dissolution. A child's toy, plastic, faded to no identifiable color, lying in the tall grass near a fence that had fallen inward as though it had given up and decided to rest. I stopped walking and looked back the way I'd come. The main road was barely visible now, obscured by the overgrowth and the sheer accumulation of the place's determined forgetting. The trees were taller than I'd realized. They created a canopy that kept the light diffuse and strange, turning afternoon into something that could have been early morning or late dusk. There was no way to be certain what time it was anymore. My phone, I realized, had no signal. The bars were gone entirely, and when I tried to turn it on, nothing happened, or rather it had already been off and I'd only just now noticed. The air tasted different deeper in, mineral, somehow like old stone and earth that had been compressed for centuries. My mouth felt dry. My throat felt small. The silence had begun to feel less like an absence and more like a presence, something that was occupying the space with me, something thick enough to part like water if I moved through it too quickly. I could hear my heartbeat now, not constantly, but in moments when I paused, when I allowed myself to be still. The houses watched from their receding gardens, their windows dark and empty, and somehow full at the same time, full of the accumulated absence of all the life that should have been there and wasn't. The forest was patient. It could wait. It had been waiting for a long time, and I was still walking forward, though I couldn't remember deciding to start again. I have learned there are many ways to never leave a place. You can be physically trapped. You can be unable to find the exit. You can be locked inside. But the most effective way is to want to stay. The most effective way is to realize, after so long trying to escape, that escape is not what you want at all. That what you want is to go deeper. That what you want is for the light to grow warmer. That what you want is to hear your own voice, all the versions of it, speaking in unison from rooms you haven't entered yet, but will eventually, because there is all the time in the world for it now, and none of it matters. And everything that ever mattered is here in this apartment that is also a subdivision, that is also a hallway that stretches backward and forward infinitely, holding every moment of my life in perfect golden suspension. I still wake up sometimes, though I'm not sure anymore if it's waking or another version of sleeping. I'll find myself at the kitchen table with no memory of walking there, and I'll see that I've been writing something, always the same phrase, over and over, page after page in handwriting that starts as mine and gradually becomes smaller, more careful, more childlike. I've filled 3 notebooks with it. The phrase is, "This is where I belong. This is where I belong. This is where I belong." I don't remember writing any of it. This morning, or what I think is morning, the light no longer tells me the time. I was making coffee when I caught my reflection in the microwave door. I didn't recognize myself at first, not because I looked different, but because there seemed to be more than one reflection. Multiple versions of me, standing at slightly different angles, all of them smiling the same smile that I couldn't quite name. Not quite resignation, not quite acceptance, something between them. I turned away from the microwave. In the hallway behind me, I heard a child laugh. The sound came from very far away, from deeper in the apartment than should be possible. I recognized it immediately. It was me. From a summer I thought I had forgotten, a day when everything had felt permanent and infinite, and I realized, not with fear, but with a kind of profound relief, that I had never actually left at all. The house in the forgotten subdivision, the one I had walked into and could no longer find my way out of, had never been a place I visited. It had always been here, waiting inside me like a seed, and I had only been growing into it all along. The coffee maker finished brewing. I poured myself a cup and sat at my kitchen table. Through the window I could see the street below, and beyond it, other apartment buildings that all looked exactly the same. And beyond those, a neighborhood of identical houses stretching to the horizon, each one holding a person who had come home, who had finally stopped trying to leave, who had realized at last that there is no somewhere else. I took a sip of coffee. It tasted exactly like home. Story 4. The Collapsed Factory, where my employee badge still swipes the time clock. I still have the badge. I don't know why I've kept it all these years. 5 years of closure, downsizing, the slow death of a town that had already been dying when I left. 5 years of life happening somewhere else, a different job, different routines. The kind of existence that lets you forget certain chapters entirely. But I kept that badge in a drawer beneath old tax documents and instruction manuals for appliances I no longer own. The laminate has yellowed. The photo is a stranger now, someone younger, tired in a different way. The factory sits about 4 miles outside the town proper, where the road narrows and the trees start closing in. You can't see it from the highway anymore. Nature's been thorough. The complex sprawls across maybe 15 acres, most of it taken back by sumac and young birch, split-level tangles that have turned the parking lot into something that looks almost like forest. The main building, the textile plant where I spent 11 years, is partially collapsed on its eastern wing. The roof came down around the time the bankruptcy finalized, I think. I never went back to confirm. I'm going back now. There's no rational reason for it, not the kind you can articulate to anyone without sounding sentimental or stuck. But my daughter asked me recently about my career, about what I'd done before the job I have now. And I found myself talking about the factory in a way I haven't in years, not with regret exactly, but with the specific nostalgia of someone remembering a place that mattered once. A place where I knew my role, understood the rhythms of the day, had a name that people called out in the morning during shift change. I told her I should go back. Just to see it. Just to close something, maybe it's a Tuesday afternoon in November. Cold enough that breath clouds, but not the bitter cold that comes later in the season. The kind of day where the light is already thin by 3 o'clock, and the sky has that flat, waiting quality that means weather might be coming. The gate is open. That's the first thing that registers as wrong, though nothing about it is dramatic. The main gate, the one near the time clock, where we used to scan badges before the security system was disabled, sits partly ajar. The chain that should be wrapped through the fence hasn't been. The padlock, if there ever was one after the closure, isn't there at all. Just rust-colored marks on the metal where one might have been. I pull into the lot. The gravel is long gone, worn down to just packed dirt and broken asphalt. My car crunches over it the way it might crunch through dead leaves. There are no other vehicles here. I park near what used to be the employee entrance and cut the engine, sitting for a moment with both hands on the wheel, the kind of pause you take before committing to something you've been avoiding. The air when I open the door is different than I expected. It's not just cold, it's still. The trees muffle sound in a way that makes the world feel very small. I can hear the wind in the branches, but it's distant somehow, as if I'm listening to it from inside a shell. The factory dominates the view ahead. The main structure is still imposing, despite the decay. 4 stories of brick and broken windows, the industrial skeleton of a place designed to run ceaselessly. The roof slump is worse than I thought it would be. The entire eastern end looks like something has bitten into it. I take the badge out of my pocket. I'm not sure when I decided to bring it. It was an impulse this morning, pulling the drawer open and seeing it there, and something made me fold it into my jacket. The laminate is cool in my palm, and the weight of it is exactly what I remember. Insignificant physically, but somehow substantial in the way keepsakes are, the way objects can carry the shape of old routines. The time clock is still there. Of course it is. It's bolted to the concrete just inside the entrance alcove. A large industrial box with a digital display that went black years ago. The slot for badges is still visible, though the mechanism doesn't look like it could possibly still work. Dust covers everything. Leaves have drifted against the base. I step closer. The display flickers. It's sudden enough that I stop moving. The digital numbers glow a pale greenish white, and for a moment the screen is simply dark, and then, without any sound, without any warning, it illuminates. The lead numbers settle into a sequence, a date, a time, a status that says, swipe. I'm holding my breath. I don't remember starting to hold my breath. The practical part of me generates explanations rapidly. Motion sensor. Solar charge in old panel still holding enough power for a single flash. A capacitor that has kept some charge after 5 years, triggered by my proximity. I've worked enough industrial jobs to know that engineering has redundancy, that machines built to run continuously sometimes don't stop completely even after abandonment. It's mechanical memory. Except the display is asking for a swipe. I don't know why I do it. I can list the reasons: curiosity, nostalgia, a desire to complete some circuit between past and present. The truth is simpler. My body knows what to do with this object. 11 years of muscle memory is not erased by 5 years away. I slide the badge into the slot. The beep is loud in the silence. It's the sound I heard maybe 5,000 times, a neutral notification tone that meant you'd clocked in, that the system had registered your presence, that the day had officially begun for you. Not the same pitch as the original system, I notice immediately. Lower, slower, somehow, like a sound winding down. The display updates, Morgan shift, 6/2 status, active date, 11/24 today's date, today's time. A shift supervisor position I haven't held in 5 years, showing me as currently active, clocked into a factory that no longer exists. The badge ejects with a click. I catch it, and my hand is not quite steady. I turn it over in my palm, even though nothing about the object has changed. The photo is still the same stranger. The information is still the same information. The doors to the main building are ahead of me. They're large industrial doors, metal framed, designed to move on hydraulic pulleys that I can see are now seized and rusted. But the main one is not completely closed. There's a gap, maybe 6 inches, showing darkness beyond. I stand here for a long time, the badge in my hand, the weight of the factory pressing down. The sun is already starting to sink. The light is taking on that urgent quality it has this time of year, the warning of encroaching dark. I've come this far. I've triggered a system that I assumed was long dead. I've been registered as an active employee in a building that should not be able to register anyone. I step toward the gap in the doors. The gap between the doors is narrower than I thought when I approach it. Light doesn't reach through, which means the interior is deeper than the building's width should allow, or the windows are covered. I have to turn my shoulder to fit through, and the metal edge catches the fabric of my jacket, a sound like fingernails dragging before I'm inside. My eyes adjust slowly. Not to darkness exactly, but to a gray filtered dimness. Light leaks in through high windows I can't quite see, filtering through layers of dust that move slightly, responding to air currents I don't feel. The air itself tastes the way I remember it, metal and concrete and something organic underneath, like the smell of a basement where earth and building meet in a cold truce. The floor is littered with debris in patterns that suggest where machinery once bolted down. I can see the anchor points, smooth circular depressions in concrete where equipment has been removed, not recent removals. The concrete around each hole is stained differently, a darker ring where rain or spilled fluid sat for years before the machines were taken. This dismantling happened slowly, piece by piece, probably in stages after the final closure. I'm in the main production floor. I recognize the layout without needing to remember it. My body knows this space. Where the stamping line would have run. Where the cooling station sat. Where I stood during second shift, watching monitors that glowed with real-time data. All of that is gone now. Just the scars remain. The time clock is still mounted on the wall where it always was. I walk toward it without deciding to, the way you walk toward something you know you should avoid, but your feet carry you there anyway. The badge is still in my hand. The clock face is dark, no LED display glowing in the dim. Just a blank black rectangle waiting. I swipe again. This time there's no beep, nothing. I swipe a second time, more deliberate. The badge seems to catch on something inside the slot, a sensation I definitely don't remember from thousands of previous swipes. A slight resistance. Then it ejects with that same click, but sharper somehow. More decisive. I check the display panel above it. Still nothing. No glow, no text, no acknowledgement. But the badge itself has changed. The plastic is warm. It shouldn't be warm. I'd been holding it in my palm for 5 minutes at least, and my hand is cold from the November air outside. The badge shouldn't be warmer than my body temperature, and it is. Noticeably so. I drop it on instinct, and it hits the concrete with a sound too loud for the weight of plastic and paper. The echo suggests the space is larger than I remember, or emptier, or both. I don't pick it up immediately. I stare at it instead, lying at an angle where I can still see the photo of the person I used to be. Younger, that's the first thing everyone notices. I look at my hands now, older, lined, scarred from a different life I built far away from here. There's a sound from deeper in the building. Not sudden, gradual, a grinding noise, mechanical, the kind of sound that an engine makes when it's moving under load. It comes from the direction of the warehouse section, beyond the production floor. I orient toward it the way an animal does, turning my whole body to listen better. The sound stops. The silence that follows is so absolute it seems to have a physical presence. I pick up the badge. It's cooling now, back to ambient temperature. I pocket it. The warehouse door, a smaller passage leading from the production floor, is to my left. It's closed, but I can see light seeping around its frame. Actual light, not the filtered gray from the high windows. A brighter source coming from the other side. That doesn't make sense. The warehouse didn't have power when I left 5 years ago. The electricity was cut as part of the decommissioning process. Utilities shut down in sequence, monitored and documented. I was there for part of it, watching the fixtures go dark in stages, the building dying system by system. I move toward the warehouse door. The handle is cold, colder than metal should be on a day like this. When I pull it, there's resistance, not a lock, just friction, stiff hinges or something swollen with moisture and time. It opens about a foot, then sticks. I have to use my shoulder to push it wider. The light is coming from the warehouse's skylights, I realize. Rain glass panels in the ceiling, grimy but not opaque. They let through a milky illumination that illuminates dust particles turning in slow spirals. But there's something else too, a secondary glow coming from the far corner of the space, near where the receiving dock would be. A pale, steady light, not fluorescent, something warmer, more organic. The warehouse shelving is still here. The metal racking that once held inventory, parts, materials waiting for shipment. It's all empty, of course. The products are long gone, the materials liquidated or recycled or dispersed. But the structure remains, rows and rows of metal framework casting shadows that don't quite align with where the light sources should be. I walk deeper into the space, moving parallel to the racking. My footsteps echo, but not the way footsteps should echo in a large, empty room. They seem to come from multiple places at once, as though the concrete floor is broken into sections that respond differently to impact. I stop walking and listen. My breath is loud in here. The circulation of my own blood seems audible. The light from the corner is brighter now that I'm closer. It's not coming from a single point, but seems to diffuse from the wall itself, the concrete glowing with a luminescence that has no visible source. I've never seen concrete glow before. I've never seen anything glow like this, not with electricity, not with fire or chemistry or phosphorescence. It's the color of milk left in sunlight for hours, the white of something exposed. There's a smell, too. I notice it once I'm within 20 feet of the wall. Not the industrial smell of the factory anymore. This is different. Fresh, almost organic, like turned earth after rain, or the inside of a plant root system. Or that smell when you open a sealed jar of preserved things that have been sitting for years. Not unpleasant exactly, but wrong in context. This is a dead building. Nothing should smell alive here. The concrete of the wall is smooth where I touch it, still luminous. Warm like the badge was warm. It pulses almost, a sensation so subtle I'm not sure I'm actually feeling it or imagining it. The light doesn't pulse with it, though. The light remains steady. Footsteps. Someone is walking on the production floor back where I came from. The footsteps are slow, deliberate, not hurried. The person is not running or searching. They're walking the way someone walks when they know where they're going. They're walking the way you walk when you work somewhere, when you're going from one familiar location to another, making a route you've made hundreds of times. I'm still touching the wall. The warmth is increasing. Or I'm getting colder, and the contrast is more noticeable. The footsteps stop. Whoever was walking is standing on the production floor now. Somewhere past the warehouse door, probably near where the time clock is. The silence that follows is active, pregnant. It's the silence of two things becoming aware of each other. I remove my hand from the wall. The luminescence remains the same, unchanged by whether I'm touching it or not. From the production floor, a voice. Not clear enough to make out words. Just a single syllable, a sound that could be a greeting or a question or the beginning of a name. It's a voice that sounds far away, despite the shortness of the distance. It sounds like it's traveling through water or through time or through something that dampens and distorts it. I don't respond. I don't move. The badge in my pocket feels warm again. The voice doesn't come again. What comes instead is the sound of walking, resuming, closer now. Methodical footsteps on concrete. The person is moving through the warehouse section, past the racking, heading in my direction. I pull the badge from my pocket and hold it. The metal is almost hot now, the temperature of skin on a summer day. My hand closes around it, and the warmth seems to anchor me to something. The production floor lights are far behind me, a pale geometry of illumination that doesn't reach this far. The only light is the glow from the wall, and it's enough to cast the approaching figure in silhouette before I can see any detail of them. They emerge from between the racking systems, moving without hesitation. Their shape is human. Shoulders, arms, the proportions of a body designed to exist in space, but the darkness around them is absolute. They're moving through a light that should be casting their shadow behind them or across the floor. But I see no shadow. They are a void that walks. I step backward. Once, twice, my heels finding purchase on the concrete floor without my having to look down. The figure stops walking. You shouldn't be here. The voice is clearer now, no longer distorted by distance or medium. It's just quieter than voices usually are. Quieter the way a library is quiet, or the inside of a sealed tomb. The facility is closed. I have clearance, I say. The words feel automatic, ridiculous. I'm holding an employee badge that hasn't been valid in 5 years, and I'm assuring a figure made of darkness that I'm authorized to be in this place. No, the figure shifts its weight slightly. You don't. You left clearance here when you stopped coming, when everyone stopped coming. The badge vibrates in my hand, a low, steady vibration like a phone on silent receiving a call. But it's metal. Metal doesn't vibrate like that unless something mechanical is driving it. What are you, I ask? The figure takes a step forward. What are you? It responds. You came back. No one comes back. I move toward the wall with the luminescence, backing away from the advancing shape. My spine meets the concrete, and the warmth surges through me. Not painful, but overwhelming in its intensity, like stepping into a sauna with every pore suddenly opening. The light doesn't blind me, but it fills my vision with a soft whiteness that makes it harder to track the approaching figure. The badge brought me, I say. It swiped. The door opened. The badge has always worked, the figure says. The badge will always work. That's what the badge is for. It's only a few feet away now. I can smell whatever is moving toward me, not the earth and rain smell from the wall, but something else underneath it. Something that smells like the building itself tastes, like rust, like sealed time, like the particular loneliness of a place where people used to be. The wall behind me pulses again, and this time I feel it move slightly. The concrete isn't solid against my back anymore. It's yielding, the way the skin on a stomach yields when you press it. There's something behind the concrete, and it's responding to contact. You have to understand, the figure says, and its voice cracks slightly on the word understand, becoming almost human, almost vulnerable. We needed someone to swipe the badge. We needed someone to come back. The building was forgetting. We were forgetting. The facility is only alive when someone works here. I push away from the wall, shoving myself forward toward the figure. There's no space between us now. My shoulder passes through the darkness of its silhouette, and the cold is so sudden it stops my breath. But I'm moving, stumbling past, running back toward the racking systems and the distant light of the production floor. Behind me, you have to stay. You have to swipe the clock. You have to clock in. My footsteps are the only sound now, only one set of footsteps, only mine, echoing from multiple locations at once like a rhythm section, like the heartbeat of something large and unhappy. The warehouse door is in front of me. I reach it. The badge is still hot in my hand, and I don't use it. I push the door open without scanning, without swiping. And the door gives way with an ease that suggests it was never locked at all, that it was never a barrier, that it was only ever a suggestion. The time clock stands on the wall of the production floor, exactly where I saw it hours ago. The digital display reads 3:47 a.m. The date is wrong. The date is 5 years ago. I run for the loading dock. Behind me, I hear footsteps resuming, multiple sets now, a slow procession of people moving in rhythm, moving toward the time clock, moving the way employees move when they're beginning a shift, when they're arriving for work, when they're clocking in. The loading dock door is open. The parking lot beyond is empty except for my car. I don't stop to understand what that means. I don't stop to think about whether the car will start or whether it will drive me away or whether leaving the parking lot will take me to roads I recognize. I get inside and the engine turns over immediately and I drive. The highway is there, exactly where it should be. The traffic lights change as I approach them. I pass other cars going other directions, and their windows are dark. Their drivers invisible or absent or something I choose not to examine too closely. I drive for 3 hours and arrive at my apartment in a town I've lived in for 2 years. The badge is on my nightstand now. It's cool to the touch. The amber plastic is innocent, inert, a simple piece of identification from a place that doesn't exist anymore. My work uniform is still in my apartment, though I haven't thought about it in years. It's hanging in the back of my closet. When I pulled it out this afternoon just to check, just to see if what happened last night was actually real, the fabric still smelled like the factory, like concrete dust and hydraulic fluid and that subtle organic scent of something alive and growing in the dark. My shift starts at 6 a.m. I don't know how I know this. I wasn't given a schedule. But I know it the way you know your own address or your mother's voice. The knowledge is just there, settled into place like sediment. The badge is still on my nightstand. I have 17 minutes before I need to leave. The badge will work. The badge will always work. That's what the badge is for. The shower runs hot. I stand under it for a long time, letting the water work at the dust that settled into the creases of my skin. Concrete dust, factory dust, the accumulated grime of a place that hasn't existed for 5 years. The water runs clear eventually. My skin looks normal. I look almost normal. I call in sick to my actual job, the one I've had since 3 weeks after I never went back to the factory. My supervisor doesn't ask questions. I've been a reliable employee. I take my days when I need them. The call takes 40 seconds. By the time I hang up, I feel almost like someone with a choice in the matter. The rest of the morning unfolds like a rehearsed scene. Coffee, the news on my phone, scrolling through headlines that feel distant and irrelevant. The weight of my real work badge in my real work bag. The laminated photograph of me looking slightly to the left. The correct date printed in the corner. Everything legitimate. Everything documented. The factory badge sits on my nightstand. Patient and amber and real. By noon, I've convinced myself that I could simply not go, that this was a break in something, a crack that has now sealed itself. The factory was demolished. The building is rubble. The whole thing was impossible, which means it was a dream, which means it's over. The conviction lasts until mid-afternoon. Around 2 p.m., I notice the smell. It's faint at first, so subtle I almost dismiss it as my imagination, but it's there in the corner of my apartment, where the bedroom opens into the living room. That particular combination of industrial decay and something organic. Something that shouldn't exist in a place where I've lived for 2 years with nothing but my own life accumulated in the corners. I check the closet. The work uniform is still hanging there. The smell is stronger now that I'm close to it. I don't touch it. By 4:30 p.m., I'm dressed for work. My real clothes, my real shoes. The badge is in my pocket. I've picked it up and put it back down 7 times in the last hour. Each time it's been slightly warmer than it should be. The drive is different this time, or maybe I'm different. The roads are familiar until they aren't. I know the moment it happens, a turn I don't remember making, a street name that doesn't register, the sudden absence of streetlights. The GPS on my phone stopped providing directions around mile 5. The screen just went blank, and when I tapped it, the map was showing a place that no longer exists on any current mapping system. The warehouse materializes out of the darkness like something that was always there, waiting for me to remember how to see it. The parking lot is nearly full. Vehicles sit in neat rows, all of them silent, all of them dark. I don't recognize any of them. I don't want to look too closely at how long they've been sitting here or what model years they might be. I grab the badge. It's warm now, warm like skin. The warehouse door opens before I reach it. The inside of the factory is different from before. The racking systems are still there, but they're arranged differently. Or maybe they're the same arrangement and my memory of them was the inaccurate thing. The production floor is lit with that same sourceless amber glow. The shadows are sharper this time, more defined. I can see individual machines now, arranged in sequences that suggest purpose, suggest function, suggest that something has actually been produced here. The time clock still reads 3:47 a.m. I approach it slowly. There's no one on the production floor yet, but I can hear them. Footsteps from deeper in the warehouse. Movement in places where the light doesn't quite reach. The sound of a shift preparing to begin. I swipe the badge. The clock displays my name, which is correct, and the date, which is still 5 years in the past. The hour and minute change, 3:47 becomes 6:00. The system acknowledges me. The badge swipes true and clean. Welcome back, someone says. A man's voice, calm and professional, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. You're on the packaging line today. Report to Station 7. Station 7 is somewhere deeper in the facility. I turned to look for it, and that's when I noticed the other people. They're standing at various workstations now, motionless, waiting. Their faces are obscured by the angle and the light, and my own reluctance to look at them too directly. But I recognize the posture, the particular way they stand, like people who have been employees for a very, very long time. I don't walk toward Station 7. I turn and walk toward the warehouse door instead, the one that opens directly to the parking lot, the one that I ran through before. It's locked this time. Actually locked, not even a suggestion. The handle doesn't give. The door doesn't budge. Behind me, the voice again. You've clocked in now. Your shift has begun. Station 7. I walk back through the production floor. None of the other workers move as I pass. I don't think they can move, actually. I think they're positioned exactly where they need to be. The way the machines are positioned, the way everything in this place is positioned. Arranged to maintain function, to maintain purpose, to maintain the machinery of something that long ago stopped being about production and started being about continuation. Station 7 is located in a section of the warehouse I don't remember seeing before. The workstation consists of a simple table, a single chair, and materials piled in neat stacks, but the materials don't resolve clearly in my vision. They shift and blur when I try to focus on them. They might be products. They might be something else. I sit down. My hands move without my direct instruction. They reach for something. They begin a task. It's repetitive and purposeful, and after the first few iterations, I don't have to think about the movements anymore. My body knows what to do. Muscle memory from a shift that lasted centuries in a building that was demolished before I was born. Time doesn't function normally here. I work, or think I work, for what might be 2 hours or 20. The other workers continue their tasks at their stations. No one speaks. The only sound is the soft repetition of our labor, the careful movement of things from one place to another, the ongoing rhythm of something that will never complete, never finish, never release us into the silence of done. At some point, a bell sounds, not a loud sound, soft, almost musical. The workers begin to move toward the time clock. I don't move. I sit at Station 7 and watch them file past, a procession of blurred faces, an assembly line of people moving with the efficiency of those who have performed the same action thousands upon thousands of times. They swipe their badges one after another in precise intervals. The time clock registers each entry, advancing the clock face with each badge scan, moving time forward in the only way this place knows how. When the last worker has swiped out, the warehouse goes quiet. I'm still sitting at Station 7. My hands have stopped moving. The materials in front of me have been cleared away by someone, or they were never real, or the definition of materials and cleared has become meaningless in a place where production continues independent of any result. The badge is in my pocket, still warm. It will always be warm now, I think. It will swipe for me every time. It will welcome me back. It will always know my name, my correct name, The name that I've carried into this place like a permanent record of who I was before I clocked in. I wake up in my car in the parking lot. Dawn is breaking. Real dawn, not the artificial amber of the factory floor. The parking lot is empty except for my vehicle. The warehouse behind me is additional middle section, the access corridor beyond the security desk, stretched into a darkness that my flashlight seemed to make denser rather than penetrate. The beam caught dust motes hanging like sediment in water, suspended so thickly they formed visible layers, each one marking some imperceptible shift in air current or light angle. I understood then why I'd felt so strange standing in the lobby. The dust wasn't settling anymore. Nothing was settling. Everything was held in a kind of arrested decay, frozen mid-collapse like a building captured in amber. My shoes adhered slightly to the linoleum with each step. Not from stickiness, I checked by lifting my foot deliberately, expecting something tacky, but from static. From the dead electricity of a place no longer serviced. The floor had buckled in places, creating shallow troughs where water had pooled and evaporated over seasons, leaving mineral stains in rings. I could smell it, not water exactly, but the mineral ghost of water. That sharp, clean scent underlaid with something fungal and patient. The air tasted mineral on my tongue. The walls had begun to separate from their joints. Where the plaster had fallen away entirely, I could see the brick underneath, exposed in patches like skin through torn fabric. The brick itself was darker than any brick I'd seen, stained from the inside out by decades of moisture and chemical seepage. Running my hand along one section, I felt the grit of accumulated years, the texture of breakdown. It felt alive in a way nothing alive should feel. Every sound I made echoed wrong. My footsteps didn't bounce back cleanly but seemed to scatter, absorbed by the dust and the open spaces and the collapsed architecture itself. When I exhaled, my breath didn't dissipate naturally, but hung in small clouds that took several seconds to diffuse. The temperature had dropped noticeably since I'd entered the building. Not the chill of a broken fax system, but something that felt structural, as if the building itself was colder at its core. I stopped at a window that somehow still held glass, though it was filmed so densely I could barely see through it. I scraped it with my thumbnail and rubbed away a small circle, expecting to see the parking lot beyond. Instead, I saw the parking lot as it might appear after another 5 years. Not destroyed, nothing so dramatic, but reclaimed. The lines were fading. The asphalt had begun to subdivide into segments. A stunted tree was growing through a crack, impossibly far along in its development. The glass was warm under my fingers where I touched it, warmer than the rest of the building, warm like something was heating it from outside. The hallway opened into what must have been the production floor. My flashlight beam crossed open space, and for a moment I couldn't find the far wall. The emptiness was almost overwhelming. The building contained so much air. The ceiling was ribbed with industrial beams, and in the spaces between them I could see the deterioration of the concrete above, crazing, spalling, the fractal branching of structural failure. Pigeons had nested up there at some point, or birds of some kind. There were feathers caught on the lower beams, so desiccated they'd become more texture than object, more like the imprint of feathers than actual feathers. Some were still caught in spider webs so old they'd lost their translucence and become opaque, turned to a kind of gray film between the metal and the air. The floor of the production area was a topography of debris. I had to step carefully, sweeping my light ahead to trace the safest path. There were machine bases, concrete pads anchoring equipment that had been removed long ago, everything of value scavenged. The pads had cracked and subsided, creating uneven surfaces. Loose bolts lay scattered, some of them crusted with rust so complete they'd become almost geological, more mineral than metal. I picked one up once, and it was hot, genuinely hot, warm enough that I dropped it. When I aimed my light at where it fell, it had already cooled. A smell came from deeper in the space. Not unpleasant. That was what made it unsettling. It was clean, almost sterile, like the smell of air filtration or pharmaceutical-grade neutrality. It didn't belong in an abandoned place. Abandoned places smell like decay and mildew and time. This smelled like the absence of smell, like the space had been sealed and drained of its sensory content and then unsealed long ago. The columns supporting the ceiling were wrapped in a pattern of rust blooms, as if something had been seeping down them for years. The stains followed gravity's path exactly, branching downward in fractal patterns, creating a kind of landscape on the concrete. I traced one stain with my eyes from ceiling to floor and felt something turn in my chest. The pattern was too regular, too deliberate. Rust doesn't usually flow like that. Rust is chaotic. I found myself holding my breath without remembering deciding to. My heart had accelerated in response to something my conscious mind couldn't identify. The building was watching. I knew that was irrational. Buildings don't watch. But the sensation was so complete and so physical that rationale felt like an inadequate response. It was the way the light fell in certain corners, pooling slightly, as if bent by something invisible. It was the quality of the silence, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that consumed sound, that absorbed it completely, so that even my breathing was deadened. I turned and found myself facing a window on the opposite side of the production floor. This glass was less filmed than the other. I could see through it. Beyond it was another section of the factory, a mirror image of where I stood, with its own production floor, its own scattered debris, its own architecture of slow failure. The glass was so clean, impossibly clean given everything else, that for a moment I couldn't tell if I was looking through a window or at a reflection. I stepped toward it without thinking, drawn by the clarity, and my reflection moved to meet me. But my reflection wasn't quite synchronized. It was half a step behind, or moving slightly slower, or anticipating my movements rather than mirroring them. I stopped. My reflection continued forward by a quarter step before stopping as well. The silence in that moment was absolute. It felt like the building had stopped breathing. All the subtle ambient sounds I'd been barely hearing, the whisper of air through broken seals, the tick of cooling metal, the occasional creak of settling wood, ceased at once. The silence was so complete It created pressure in my ears, that sensation of altitude or depth, the feeling that my eardrums might pop from the differential. When the sounds returned, they came back all at once in a rush of normal ambience, and the moment broke. I stepped back from the window, and the reflection fell away behind the glass, where reflections belong. I needed to move through this space methodically. That was what I told myself. I needed to map it, understand it, find the time clock. But my legs felt uncertain, and the beam of my flashlight seemed to have lost some of its strength. Or the darkness had grown thicker, or I was forgetting how to see properly in low light. The shadows between the machine bases looked bottomless, as if they dropped away into nothing, as if the floor beneath them was only suggestion rather than fact. The smell of chemicals grew stronger as I moved deeper in. Not the burnt plastic and solvent smell I expected from an old factory, but something sweeter, almost like formaldehyde but more organic, more like preservation itself had an odor. It came from the far corner where I could barely see. I could make out a series of vats, massive stainless steel containers on supports, taller than a purse, dozens of them arranged in rows. The pipes between them had corroded into lace, creating patterns against the darkness. Some of the vats still held liquid, not water. The surface had the thick, opaque quality of something that had been sealed and fermented for decades, something that had begun to develop its own ecosystem, its own chemistry. I didn't approach them. Some instinct, older than reason, kept me from moving closer to those containers. Instead, I traced my path along the wall, running my hand along the metal as I went. It was rough with rust in places, smooth and almost slick in others, as if some sections had been polished by countless repetitions of the same touch, my hand making the same path again and again. Muscle memory from before the building's abandonment still inscribed in the metal itself. The air grew cooler again, or I became more sensitive to temperature. Goosebumps traveled down my arms. My breath was visible again. Small clouds that dispersed slowly into the stale air. This cold felt directed, as if it emanated from something specific rather than radiating from the entire space. I stopped and turned, sweeping my light in a slow arc, trying to locate the source. In the center of the production floor, I'd somehow missed a piece of equipment, or it had been there all along and I simply hadn't seen it. It was impossible to say which, because the moment I noticed it, it felt inevitable, as if it had always been there, centrally placed, waiting for me to complete the circuit of the room and arrive at its understanding. It was the time clock. 1, in its place, a flat expanse of overgrown concrete, weeds pushing through cracks, the foundation of something substantial slowly returning to the earth. No building, no structure, just the ghost of a footprint. My real phone reads 5:47 a.m. I slept for exactly 4 hours, which means I left my apartment at 1:47 a.m. without remembering the drive, without conscious awareness of the journey. The badge is still in my pocket. 2 weeks pass. They're normal weeks in most respects. I go to my real job. I perform my real tasks. My supervisor compliments my work. My apartment is clean. I eat meals at reasonable times. I respond to emails and texts with appropriate enthusiasm. To anyone observing, I would appear to be a functional person moving through the expected rhythms of employment and rest. But at 1:47 a.m., every night without fail, I find myself in my car. I don't know when I start driving. I don't know when I leave my apartment. But I wake up in the parking lot with the factory gone and the sunrise beginning. And another shift has passed, another blur of work that leaves no mark on me, that doesn't show in my body or my face, but that exists nonetheless, witnessed by those other workers, registered by that time clock, recorded in a place that has no location on any map. The badge is always warm when I reach for it. The time clock always recognizes me. Today is different only in that I've decided to stop pretending. There's no value in the pretense anymore. I keep the badge on my nightstand. I keep my work uniform hanging in my closet, right at the back, where the fabric smells like concrete dust and hydraulic fluid and growing things in the dark. I set my alarm for 1:45 a.m., and I wake to it with the precision of someone who has trained their body to respond to an expectation, and I get into my car. The roads know where to go now. They don't require navigation. The warehouse materializes exactly where it's supposed to be. The parking lot is full of dark vehicles. The time clock still reads the wrong date, but the time is always accurate, exact to the minute when I need to swipe in. I've stopped wondering when it ends. Or perhaps this is what ending looks like. Not a disappearance, not a dramatic conclusion, just the slow sinking into a role, the weight of something settling into the grooves of who you are. The badge in your pocket and the uniform in your closet and the particular industrial smell that no amount of washing can remove from your skin. The knowledge that at 1:47 a.m., your body will rise without your permission and move without your direction. And you drive on roads that no longer appear on current maps to a place that doesn't exist, to work a shift that never ends, to be counted and recorded and welcomed back by a voice that knows your name with the terrible certainty of something that's been waiting for you to arrive. The badge swipes true every time. That's what the badge is for. It's what it's always been for.